Slug rapture. Slugs are coming for you. It's a rapture. They said that there's a rapture coming, and I tell you, I haven't raptured anybody since those allegations in the 90s. I didn't do it either. They said I did. They were crooked. I haven't raptured anybody. If anybody got raptured, it's because of what they were wearing. Someone says that's how you do it. That's how you make one of those kind of jokes, okay? Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell. Functioning peripherals side, Tyler Bell. I did not plan on streaming today. Let's just hop right into it. I did not plan on streaming today. I have more important shit to do. There's a video that I have hunted down way too much fucking content for, and I'm going to start making that. And the second that's done, I've got to start working on fucking two other video essays. So I don't know. I think we're going to become a little sporadic here on Westside Tyler Live. I'm going to start streaming when I only have something that I really want to talk about, which is probably the best thing to do. Because otherwise you do just start trying to like hunt for topics, which is possible to do. But not and to do, and then also do other stuff as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying the little videos. Those are gonna last for a little bit. So check this out. My wife bought this for me. I don't know if she 100% understands what she got me. This is Nuka Grape Cola from Jones. It's the official. It's a Fallout thing. Save your caps. Go ahead and spend that. Don't forget to spend your Nuka-Cola grape caps at the wonderful casinos of House Co. I can't remember what it's called. Is it House Co? Let me tell you, when I'm spending a nice day out in the hot Nevada sun, I like to top my, hold on, what the fuck should I say? I'm like so tired right now. I'm actually exhausted because I haven't been able to fall asleep normally. When I'm out in the hot Nevada sun, I like to reach for a Nuka-Cola grape. Nuka-Cola grape has all of the uranium additives you need to have a glowing Saturday afternoon. And it's bottled right here in America. Nowhere near the hands of those communist sympathizers in Alaska. Nuka-Cola. Now in delicious grape flavor. Have yourself a Nuka day. I can't remember what the fuck you're supposed to say. Oh, this is just the Jones. This is just the Jones advertisement. Hey, Jones Soda, right? Introducing Nuka Grape, the latest triumph from Jones Soda Company. Bursting with bold grape flavor and that signature fizz. It's the perfect refreshment for vault dwellers, wasteland wanderers, and ghouls alike. Reclaim the taste of a brighter tomorrow. Bottled just for you, wherever you call home.
Crack into a Nuka-Cola grape, smooth skin.
Oh yeah, but I think we got a pretty decent show coming up for you today. A few different things to talk about, probably. First and foremost, why am I streaming? I was getting a shower after the gym, and I unfortunately listened to more than 2 minutes of a fucking Hasanabi stream, and Hassan is talking about guns because of Charlie Kirk, and it's just one of those days. So I wanted to talk about that. I also wanted to make fun of Mr. Medicare because he's either dead or ought to be. Mr. Medicare is either dead or ought to be at this point. He's very disappointing, coming off a little gay, crybaby over Charlie Kirk, Charlie Crybaby. So I'm going to be checking out some of that stuff too, but what else? What is the thing I wanted to talk about? God, there's so much. Have you guys heard about Dax? Can Black America, this is a message for you. Now, I know we've been stealing your music for years, but this Dax fella coming in and trying to steal white rap from the white man is one of the darkest things I've ever seen. And by dark, I mean pale as the belly of a common trout. God damn. You guys even know what I'm talking about? Hold on, I'm going to get copy claimed for this, but you have to see the worst shit you've ever experienced in your life. You have to see it. This is the fuck, oh my God, the fuck thumbnail is, I understand, thank you. All right, it comes with a fucking spoiler warning. You stand by for the stupidest fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. Bro, this is absolutely bonkers. This guy's a black Trump supporter, by the way, from what I understand. 19% of cyberbullying victims attempt suicide is a crazy statistic, because I have no idea where the fuck you get that from. That is insane. 1 out of every 5 people that, like, dude, we do not have an overpopulation problem on Earth. If that's it, then 100% of people that attempt suicide are bad at it. But I got to show you this. Give me the beat and the mic, give me the freedom to write, give me the vision to see my demons. Hey, Black America! Hey, Black America! How dare you? How dare you? That's our thing. Who does this guy think he is? An Eminem fan? What the fuck? To meet him at night, give me the pen and the pad, give me a couple of stands, give you a percentage, but I'm taking them all in the bag. Give me definitive and unlimited amount of people loving me and call upon everybody who came before me and tell them to come and check me. Bro. Oh, dude, this shit is so bad. So this is Dax. I don't know anything about him, but if you want to see, like, the worst shit you've ever experienced is there for you. It is holy fucking god tier. Is Shaggy 2 Dope Erasure. This is Violent J Erasure, okay? First and foremost, let me tell you this right now. The Dark Carnival is for everybody, regardless of race, creed, or religion. Whoop, whoop. That said, there is an upper level of cringe. There is an upper level of cringe that's acceptable even at the Dark Carnival. It's impossible. It is impossible to watch straight through. You can't do it. It's a fucking endurance test beyond mortal ken. It is crazy. My man is doing the, like, this shit would have cracked on a Zanga in 2003. I'm telling you that right now. If he had done this in 2003 on a Zanga.com personal website, right? You took like 3 hours to load. Like, what is this? Like a fucking black guy in clown makeup. Rapping like ICP. Like, oh, that's crazy. Dude, what if ICP was black and rapped like Eminem? You're like, whoa, shit. It is crazy, bro. It is the most cringe shit ever. And I'm that like, normally this is like any white person on TikTok. If you're Caucasian on TikTok, right? If you're getting caught Caucasian on TikTok, you will eventually come across somebody pushing their mid-40s, doing what we call going through it. Divorce is impending, has happened, couldn't have ever happened, and they're feeling a little salty about it. And there will be a white guy in clown makeup rapping I argue Tom McDonald has his clown makeup tattooed on permanently. Partial blackface. But I've never seen black folks do it. You got to be isolated. You have to be on the fringe. You got to have no cool friends to let you get away with it. You got to have no one around you. Like, you really? You know how many people you had to walk past at your house with this idea, and then also sit in front of at the cast and stuff. Like, hey man, like, hired it up. That cast has to be a bunch of really, really supportive motherfuckers, because all it takes is one like black dude in his mid-40s going, what the fuck? Shut you down. Bring you back to reality. Fuck, I think most white dudes would do it. I don't know who is letting you out of the house doing this. That's fucking nuts. Because you know he's putting the makeup on a few times. He wasn't just like, hey, hit me with a Fortnite skin level of makeup real quick. Just like, let me get that fucking... let me give you 20 fucking V-Bucks and unlock whatever the fuck that is, right? Actually, this would be like Saints Row 3rd, called the whiteface skin. Somebody's sitting there putting that on you and shit, just like 20, 30 minutes, getting caked up. They're like, do you want to do your neck? You have pretty dark skin, and this is pure white makeup. Do you want to go further back than there, or... It's like, no. Just somehow attain the cringiest line for it. I don't know. I wanted to just look. I want to look stupid as fuck. It is insanity. It is crazy. Because the thing about the Joker is his whole body's got makeup on it. Like, so if you do the Joker makeup, except for maybe the Joker that is this specific one, usually like the Joker's covered in white makeup. That's the other reason he's crazy. Or his skin just has no pigment in it, even if he's like one of the black Jokers. You know what I mean? He's like Jamaican dreadlock Joker. Mr. Make It Happen. God damn. But this is one of the wildest things I've ever seen in my life.
Now I'm bleeding. Maybe you think I'm just too good and that I'm fucking cheating.
Oh God, this is like a crazy scene. Lupe Fiasco predicted this. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say it, but yeah, I think I'm going. Lupe Fiasco predicted this. Hold on. Lupe Fiasco, bitch bad. Videos, bitch bad, music video. We're gonna go ahead and mute that. Lupe Fiasco fucking predicted this goddamn, like, man. Dude, I gotta stop ever talking shit about Lupe Fiasco. He's fucking on it. Can we get, where is it? Where is it? I know it's there. Damn. That's fucking cold. Is it the same mirror? I guess makeup mirrors just look like that. Where is it? Oh. Fucking. It's the same goddamn. It's the same fucking scene. It's the same fucking scene, dude. From Bitch Bad. Dude, it looks like they're on the same set. I know that might just be a fucking makeup mirror thing. But like, god damn it. Lupe Fiasco predicted this. He's got it. Look, I mean, it's the same place. Fake button, everything. Get the whole fucking kit and caboodle. What in the fuck? Oh my god. It's crazy. That dude hangs out with Tom McDonald. Dax, he hangs out with Tom McDonald. He's got some pro-Trump. Let's see. Join my circus. Bro, you can't. Shaggy 2 dope erasure. Violent J erasure. Let's see, what else? We got any here? Do you have any Forgiato blow? Is there any Forgiato blow on this fucking playlist? Dax Eminem remixes. Okay, he is an Eminem fan. Okay, my bad. Hey, is that a CZ75? Maybe it is. But either way, I just wanted to share that with everybody. I don't know if it's going to kill you or not. God damn it. That shit's fucking rough. That's fuck. Dude, like, that's crazy. Do you think, like, when he walked out of the makeup room and they're like, what did you do? He's like, I painted myself up like Joaquin Phoenix in the Joker. Just my, like, little face right here. I'm gonna sing a song about cyberbullying. Do you think, like, 3 or 4 people in that room, they just melted like the Ark of the Covenant got opened up? Like, he opened that door, they went, wax melting off their fucking heads and shit. Oh my god. The Baby just dropped an R.I.P. Charlie Kirk song. How can you tell it's different from the other ones? Is this the Gods Eat Kodzo we have at home? I don't even know that reference. Conservative rappers, a group almost as incestuous as the ACC. It's fucking nuts. Killing Joe Gore. Wow, Tyler, no, that's a big old emphasis on the beat in black. Oh god, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? Are you on the Charlie Kirk conspiracy train, or do you buy the Cash Patel got him narrative? Cash Patel. Cash Patel walks around every day like he literally did just see Mama kisses Santa Claus. And his mom died 10 years ago. I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus. Cash Patel. Dude, some people can't handle the secret. That's what it is. This is a small segment. There's a secret. We don't know what it is. All y'all saying you do in your heads, right? Anti-Semites just went like, Jews? Okay, I know. Jewish racists just went, trans Palestinians, maybe, come on. You know, it's like, well, who's the they kind of deal. But there's a secret. There is some secret. I don't know what it is. It really is truly secret that they let everybody that gets too powerful in Washington see. And some of them, it just obliterates them. And they start walking around like that. Cash Patel clearly knows everything and can barely hold it in. He is. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. Cash Patel is in a permanent state of shock. I don't know if he looked like this. And no, he doesn't. Look, fuck, Jesus Christ. Shock outburst as his Epstein video. Oh, God. Dude, he's losing all the rest of his hair. That shit's going away. Can we get some Cash Patel bug eyes? Can we get some bug eyes from Mr. Patel? He started wearing glasses to hide them. Even in a bad video, you can tell. Oh, bug eyes. There we go. Images. This is Cash Patel looks like this all the time. All the time he's got bug eyes now. He did not used to look like this. But he knows the secret. They told him. They hipped him to it and they shouldn't have. He's fuck. Cash Patel realized that they put him in charge of the agency where now he knows that everyone around him is a pedophile and they can all have him like do an accidental suicide at any second. He can't even say the like, hey, I really don't want to kill myself today because they'll fucking like AI edit it out and shit. And he'll just be like, hey, I'm going to kill myself. Just edit into Fox News' coverage of the event and he leaves. He knows, dude. He didn't used to look like this. If you just go to fucking Cash Patel normally, he used to look like this. Look at my man. Fucking look at him learning shit. Look, he figured it out. Once upon a time, got his little wife and shit. All right, before they put him up there, he's smiling, his eyes closed, normal. Look, they fucking make him in charge of the FBI, and he's like, fuck. My man is fucking spooked, dude. He's completely cracked out. He knows. He's aware. He got the Biden eyes. Remember Biden was walking around like that for a little while? Biden, Harris, Jackson, Palestine, Kamala Harris, Palestine. America, people, I just want you to know. I can't even open my eyes like that. How do you even? People of America. All the way open. What? Look, I just need you to know it's anytime Kamala Harris voting. He was walking out of the White House and Kash Patel like, oh, hey, Mr. President. He goes, 2 eyes, 1 mind. Kash Patel's like, oh. Just a fucking big green ghost just goes in his fucking nose and mouth. Whatever the fuck happened to Kash Patel, if it was a movie in the 80s, when it happened, his head would have been temporarily replaced with a claymation replica that would have been like, and they would have done the before he snaps back into his normal head. It would have been whatever the fuck happened to Kash Patel to make him look like that. Definitely was dreamed up in a Sam Raimi writing room. Okay, and they're probably gonna go to fucking old fucking Phil Tippett for creature effects. Oh my god. He looks cracked, dude. He looks literally fucking cracked. He learned Rocco's basilisk is real. What the fuck is that? I always fucking forget. Rocco basilisk. It's like the exact same thing as another thing. Huge benevolent, my torture individuals. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That's that thing. That's that old cartoon that used to go around with the heads and the balls. All right, let's just get to this. Some Jacob Ladder shit. Maybe. Once you can control your eyelids independently from your eyebrows again, the superpower of looking crazy on command is true. Yeah, they brought Jimmy Kimmel back. I didn't even get the chance to cover that. Nor did I care. Quasimodo predicted this. Oh, Tone. Quasimodo predicted all this, you know. Nostradamus. Okay, let me make sure I got everybody. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta have this up so I can get my super chats if I get any. I'm not getting super chats. Barely online anymore. You can have super chats again when you start streaming 4 days a week, sir. That's fine. I'm just getting on here because if I don't talk to you guys about this, I'll end up making like 15 Twitter posts for free for Twitter. So fuck that. I'll take the 20 cents in ad revenue. Where to even go with this? Charlie Kirk was a guy on the internet. Charlie Kirk died. He got shot to death in Utah. And we're over that now. We're past that. We're through that. I got girls everywhere, man. 15 girls. I got a motorcycle and a sleeping bag. I roll the nickels. I rule the underworld, guy. What the fuck am I talking about? Charlie Kirk got shot to death. And as is tradition, we find out the great mystery is always reveals itself, which is Republicans have no fucking idea how guns work. They've actually never known. The way the guns work to Republicans is you collect a bunch of them and maybe sometimes you like shoot paper with it. And generally, oh my God, stop puking on me. I was just kidding. For the buddy fun, thank you very much. Generally, they don't learn too much about it. Now, as with every gun segment, there's going to be somebody that's coming out and like, Tanner, you're not perfect about guns. And it's like, okay, whatever, dude, I don't give a shit. Shout out the people that are mad that I neither know nor cared that much about what a CZ75 is. They're like, what the fuck? And find out ancient overseas pistol. All I want is a 5.7 because it looks cool and it shoots a very nice round. I like ammunition more than I like guns. Guns are really just use platforms for ammunition. Everybody else just wants a fucking gun with, I want bluing on it, and I want gold leaf. I want the thing when I pull the trigger for the bullet to go, and then something really, really far away goes like that, okay? Speaking of which, Charlie Kirk didn't make it out of Utah alive. Now, this is becoming very quickly dipshit's version of the Warren Commission, and it's crazy to me because people are saying all sorts of bonkers stuff. I'm going to play a little bit of this Hassan thing in a second, but I just want to summarize some of the shit I've seen around Twitter. People are shocked that the bullet didn't go through. Bullets do not always go through. and it's going to blow your mind, but some bullets are not designed to go through. The shooter couldn't make that shot. It's a really hard shot. It's really not. It was a very good shot. It's not impossible. I don't even think you would really put it up into the, I don't even think that it's Olympic grade as far as shots go, much less, unattainable by civilian standards. People have been saying that a college-age kid couldn't make that shot. Every gun that shoots those rounds was designed to be fired by people under the age of 22. The 30-06 is a military round. It was put into service for young people to kill each other with that round. Dead ass, that gun was used so that people that are under the age of 22 can shoot each other with it from very, very far away. It's a fucking trench warfare era round, okay? But I digress. 30-06 is like the most powerful round in the world. I've heard people talking about like, it's designed for moose. It's designed to kill moose. I'm like, I think it was designed to kill people. The reason it's so powerful is to maintain a flat trajectory and also deliver a bunch of power. It's just kind of a benefit that it's cheap and you can also use it to shoot at moose. But generally, just to put it in perspective, and I've seen some other stuff. I don't know what the fuck the gun is yet either, because I have not actually seen anybody confirm the important things about it. It's supposed to be a Remington something, I can't remember, but it's the Car 98K or Springfield from back in the day, World War I era, snickety snack sniper rifle, Mauser, whatever the fuck. It's a Mauser, I think, variant. I don't know, because I've seen people very confidently say it's specifically, so I want to be a little bit mealy-mouthed with it. But it is a 300 caliber plus rifle, which encapsulates a series of different types of possible rounds. I keep hearing it's 30-06 from people I would listen to, and then when I looked up, the only time somebody actually said the actual make and model of the rifle, they said it was 308. So, is that an important distinction? It could be. It really kind of also isn't. The most important thing, I just want to hammer this home before we say it, isn't the rifle at all. The rifle is just a platform. This is the thing that it sucks for gun nuts, and it really just, I know it hurts, but it's the case. The bullet is infinitely more important than the rifle. The rifle just needs to shoot the bullet. That's it. Everything about the rifle can be boiled down to, can it make the bullet go? And then everything after that is just you as a user being like met halfway with your incompetence and your inability to fucking like aim shit and hold it and carry it for long times without it being comfortable. All the bullet needs is a tube. And then the bullet does what the fuck it's supposed to do. And it's the only important thing in this. If they have the gun and it's got the guy's name, whatever the hell, that's okay, cool, fine. The bullet is the most important information because the bullet can be a lot of different things, even just as a bullet. And before I even jump into the Hassan thing, I just want to explain this real quick so that people know what the fuck I'm talking about. Tyler, it's a 30-06. It's a military round. 30-06 hasn't been a military round since, I just looked this up, 1970-something. Since then, it's been different versions of 308 or 7.62 by 54. There's also a 7.62 by 67 or something like that. I don't know. It's the 308 something Magnum, whatever the fuck, slightly longer. Nowadays, what you think of as being a 30-06 or 30-06 in general is just a civilian sporting round. It's on the low end of shooting bigger things as far as foot-pound per pressure goes and shit. What you're thinking of when you think of like sniper rounds and shit is like a 300 Win Mag, which is just an evolved version. This is just a grandpa round. It really is. The 30-06 is a grandpa round, but it's nice. It's like the 9x19 Parabellum. It's fucking great. It just works. 45 APC is an ancient fucking round, okay? It works. It's gonna fucking do what it's supposed to do. Just a really old, inefficient round because, it was way better than what they had. And then 110, 115 years of practice on the goddamn ammunition makes it better. The 306, 30-06, I think goes all the way back to the very late 1800s as far as the development cycle goes. And then it started getting fielded in the early 1900s. It's like calling it a hunting rifle. I mean, every rifle's a hunting rifle if you do it. Why is this not opening? Okay, so Yeah, okay, we got all these things. All right, here's the first thing I want to show you guys. So there are basically, there's a sort of like space that kind of shows the difference between two types of rounds, right? Most military style rounds these days that are fired out of like assault rifles and stuff tend to be really, really small comparative to what they were around the turn of the last century, because just what you needed from them and what you expected them to do changed. I'm not going to get into 125 years of military history and ammunition development, but basically the M16 fires a 5.56 round, 5.56 millimeters, like that big, right? The average round for most military style rifles kind of sticks right around that. You have like the 5.45, and then you even go up to the 6.8, which is all, I believe the 6.8, yeah, it has to be. It's still underneath the 3. So there's underneath the 3 and then over the 3, right? At 0.300, you sort of enter a different realm of rounds. I don't know why that is. Actual ballistic experts draw a bunch of curves and stuff, and they do a calculation to make sure that the amount of energy in the gunpowder puts the maximum amount of energy in the the bullet, the ogive, whatever the hell you want to call it, that comes out of the actual casing and goes towards the target. They do all kinds of math, and then they're always figuring that out. But after the 300, you have kind of the hunting rifle, sniper rifle round. So you'll hear a lot of people say it's a hunting rifle round, it's a old school military round, it's a World War II era rifle round, it's a hunting rifle round. They're basically talking about the 300 family of bullets, right? Posed there. So you have 300 Win Mag, 308, 307, 30-06. And I'm going to show you guys just, these are all basically almost the exact same size width. And some of these rounds, despite them looking completely different, actually will all go through the exact same barrel. So this is a good way to look at it. So, and this is the most important thing here too. So we have, right, going from left to right, this is a 30-40 Craig, 30-30, 303 Savage, 30 Remington, 30-06, 300 Savage. You notice that these are, you'll see some of these are the same size. 300 Savage, 300 H&H, 300 Weatherby Magnum, 308 Winnie, 300 Winnie Mag, 307 Winchester, 300 Dakota. So all these are actually roughly the same size width, right? But obviously the length is different. And yes, that does matter. But the thing is if you see somebody says like, well, we pulled a bullet out of them and it's a 308, well, you have, or a 300 or even a 30-06, you can have a lot to choose from as far as these go, right? The most important thing is figuring out what the fuck kind of bullet this guy got hit with. Now, this is a 30-06, but this is just one type of 30-06. This is a flat nose or a soft nose, soft shell. What the hell? I can't remember. I have it up here. I'm going to actually might as well just bring it over. It might be a core locked. So the 30-06 round is one of the most bog standard rounds, but 30-06 rounds go all over the place. So this is a core locked 30-06 Springfield 180 core lock soft point, right? Now, if you notice, there's 180 grain, 100 grain, 225 grain, 150 grain, 150 grain, 180 grain, 262, 280 FPS, all these feet per second. This is how much stuff. So when you cannot do the ballistic calculation on the rifle shot with the rifle. It's worthless. You can't do it with just the rifle. You can put it together basically, right? But you have to have the round, because the round is what does the damage, not the rifle. The rifle is worthless without the gun or without the bullet in it, okay? And so you see a lot of people making speculations. That's not what a 308 does. That's not what a 30-06 does. But a 30-06 can do all sorts of different stuff. Let's see. We'll just show you 30-06 rounds here. This is Remy, 300 blackout. 30-30 win. Oh no, that's 30-30. Why the hell did I click that? Where's the 30-06? There. 30-06 Springfield. Okay. Tried out a friend's hunting rifle, 30-06 wooden stock, old school model. At the time I was new to shooting. I was getting bullseye 4 times in a row at 200 meters. I missed that. This is why I have this here. Yes. Full times, 4 times in a row at 200 meters. Goes to show if you have a scope zeroed in, anyone can hit anything. And I mean, honestly, like, oh, thank you for the $20, by the way. And honestly, you don't even need a scope. I mean, this was a round that was developed on before we had modern glass. Not like you didn't have any glass, but it's a round that you can qualify with at 200 meters from the standing. It's just way harder to shoot a wooden stock rifle from the standing than it is, a polymer stock. It's just heavy. It's long and fucking heavy. But these are flat, accurate rounds. Flat means the curve of the trajectory stays like this. I have some of the ballistics for these things back here, but let me just get into this. So this is core locked. This is very important. This is a soft point round. You see, can you guys show me this? Steel casing. Oh my God. You see this casing right here? And that soft bit up at the top? So this is a round that you would not want to fire through a semi-automatic rifle, right? Unless it's designed in the internals to like be compatible with it. Normally, these old 30-06 rifles, especially if they're semi-automatic, they're designed to go with the fine point rounds that just changes the way it feeds. It won't catch, right? But bolt action rifles are always the ones that are the best to shoot. If it's the right length of a round, if it's a 30-06, if it's wide enough to chamber, and if the round can chamber, the bolt can lock, and that bullet fits inside the barrel, it's going, okay? So until you retrieve the bullet, you can't tell what the fuck, you cannot tell what the bullet can do. I just want you to know that. Just tell people to shut up. Know your place, be quiet, sit on your hands. This is one of the most common rifle rounds for hunting. This big snub nose thing. It's not going to be as accurate for like military purposes, shooting like 500 yards because it's round instead of pointy. It's also going to have less penetration, which when you're hunting is good because you want the bullet to stay in the animal so you don't have to worry about anything else getting hit. If you're going to go shoot a person or an animal or any soft target, hollow point is actually the best thing to do, or a soft point. Soft point, hollow point, they're similar. This will deform when it goes inside of you and fucking collapse. Okay? It's designed to stay in the target and disperse as much energy as possible into the target as it can. Okay? That's what the purpose of the round is. That's why it's good. You don't want an armor-piercing round. An armor-piercing round is more expensive, has higher levels of metal in and will probably maybe even have a flatter trajectory, depending on what kind it is, but also overpen, because it's designed to go through armor, which almost no living creature has anything that's valuably equivalent to something like ceramic plate armor, right? Outside of like fucking elephant skulls and shit. You get one of these. Let's see what's got. And we'll just go over this. Deadliest mushroom in the woods for more than 75 years. Since 1939, more hunters have relied on Remington core-locked than any other big game ammunition, and rightly so. It's filled more tags on more continents than any other load. Core-locked is the original controlled expansion bullet. Its time-proven performance has made it hunting's first choice for over 75 years. The tapered copper jacket is locked to a solid lead core, delivering massive 2x expansion, weight retention, and consistent on-game results. Available in soft point and pointed soft point versions and in a range of bullet weights for virtually every centerfire hunting caliber made. Trust your next hunt to the best-selling hunting ammunition of all time. If you're shooting a 30-06, it's highly likely you're shooting one of these types of rounds, okay? And not a 30-06 match point high pen anti-armor round, because there's nothing you need to shoot that at. It's not even like a gun control thing. It's a way more expensive bullet that you can't usually afford the things to shoot at with, that it's going to be like, wow, that was cool. It's like, what did you do? Oh yeah, I bought some armor piercing rounds. What are you going to do? I'm going to shoot a fucking Honda Civic fucking block with it, I guess. I'm going to shoot a fucking inline 4 block, and then I'm going to go and look at it, and it's going to be cracked a bit, and I'm going to go, whew, I'm glad that's not my car, which is a fun way to spend an afternoon if you're in fucking rural West Virginia, I guarantee you. But, like, most people are not going to be doing it. And anybody that's with their fucking salt is going to go like, well, yeah, I've seen this guy on stage 6 times in my life. He's not wearing anything in remotely that can defeat that round. People have said he's wearing body armor and it bounced off the body armor, which is fucking crazy. to me. That's so. First off, I've just seen pictures of him. If he's wearing a vest, he's wearing a level 1 or a stab shirt at the very most, because I can't see the outline of it in his shirt. Nothing he's wearing, not a fucking thing he's wearing, is stopping or possibly even deflecting, altering the trajectory of a fucking 30-06 from under 200 meters away, which is 200 meters is the flat rate. When I was looking at the general bullets, which is standard. 200's where you have 0 drop. You have rise and then drop, right? 200's you're like boink right there, okay? The possibility of him wearing not just a vest, but a vest that deflects around up into his neck is fucking insane, because I don't even know what the hell that is. You have to be wearing homogeneous rolled steel to deflect rounds. The reason you don't see it very often is because it deflects rounds. You don't want spalling coming off and hitting you. I mean, you can do mixed materials, but like at that point, you're talking thick, all the way. Ceramic, sappy is the best. And if you're really afraid, just put up fucking glass round. You put up glass walls, right? Fucking bulletproof glass is highly effective. I have seen it literally stop Dragunov rounds. It's very good at what it does. And like, that's just the case. Now, here's the other thing. Charlie Kirk was not shot from the crowd. He was shot from a building rooftop. That's just completely well known. The shooter ran away from the roof. He was jumping off the roof. And the cool thing about that building is it's a cool building. And I want to bring this up. It's actually so cool that you can look up Pollard Architects, which I did because I'm warrant commissioning today. And Pollard Architects actually has their architectural schema for the building from forever ago, I guess. This is the Utah Valley State College Learning Resource Center, or the LaCie Center, they were calling it, right? And so you can see in these images, this is the area, right? This is the center up here, and this is the little fucking thing where he was talking. Or this might not be it. There we go. This is it. Okay, if we see, right, you can kind of click around. This is the speaking area. There's another fountain area that looks like it, but this is the speaking area. You can see this. This is where Charlie Kirk's little fucking tent was. And I just want you to take in how little possibility there was for any direct fire. This is an amphitheater style area. Okay, this is the fountain's over here. Okay, cool. This is an amphitheater style area with an extreme dig out. You can see this ramp here. It's right, like goes almost this high. I think the tent came up here. This is probably a span of anywhere from like 12 to 20 feet. I'm bad at judging distances like that, especially from an angle like this. This is how deep it would be, and you can see the distance increase significantly as we go out. This building back here is the one that he was actually shot from. So this is a unfathomably steep angle. Like, you do not see this outside of prison towers level of steep. This is not a shot you can actually plan for or practice for, usually outside of military bases or specialized shooting ranges, because people just won't let you shoot downward. It's just hard to have a range that will because when you shoot straight from up high, that bullet goes way further at 10 feet off the ground than it does at 5. You get up to 30, 40 feet off the ground, it goes very, very far if you fuck up and shoot straight. So you have to have a lot of range. So you don't tend to see ranges with elevated firing practice outside of the military. Not like you don't ever see them. It's just you're going to be hard pressed to find one specifically. You have to know a guy or have to be lucky enough to like live next to it, and then you get to go to it. They're not impossible to find. I want to hammer that home, but they're just not super common. Because of that, people aren't really used to what happens when you shoot down like this, right? But if you're a hunter and you shoot out of hunting blinds, this is fucking common as fuck. What kind of shot? Oh, fucking prone from probably in the ballpark of... Hold on, I can actually... This is the cool thing. This is the Architectural Digest is in here. So we have... This is the interior of that building. Beautiful mountains in the background. So this is the actual area. You can see this. This is where the shots were from. This over here is where he jumped down. I'm about 90% sure. He was up here or over here, and he jumps down. You can actually see... Unless it's this one all the way back there. That's fucking crazy. I think it might be this one. They all look so similar. I think it is this one. Yeah. Yeah. So it's actually here. It's this building. Sorry, ignore that. It's this building all the way back here. Do you see how even more elevated this is than this terrain right here? And they actually show you, you can see, yeah, this is the drop-offs. So actually, if somebody wants to do it, there's a fucking like Ford Astro van here for scale. You can actually do, and I'm just saying, if you know basic mathematics and you know ballistic math because you've been shooting for a long time and they just had this fucking available online, you can pretty easily actually pre-program your shot mathematically so you don't have to think about it. This is available online. It took me 10 seconds to find out. I don't go to this school. I don't know anything about it. I just looked it up. And one of the first things you get linked to is the architectural diagram that includes the fucking depth of the descending land right next to this thing so that you can actually calculate all of the shit that's around it via this. So you not only have a range guide for distance, you have a fucking elevation guide available online. They put the whole fucking shooter scheme online for this kid. Any fucking scout, ignore me, ask any fucking scout sniper. Basic bitch fucking any scout sniper. Way better fucking shot than I am. Ask any of them if they could look at this data and put together a shot without actually sitting on the area, if they could guess about what they need to be dialed in before they got on the roof. And they'll probably tell you 9 times out of 10, not only can I dial that in, I could probably figure out where I need to sit to get the shot. You have every fucking, look, by the way, this is the top down. You have the top down for it too. This is a sky shot of the interior, which also gives you the exterior of the building with grids. So you can literally plan your approach through defilade onto the building so that you can get into position for a shot. Here's another direction from it. So we go in here. I think this is right around this area is where he jumped off. We get up here and then we can get our shot off. You have everything that you need. We have 3D architectural models. You have the full fucking kit and caboodle. The reason I'm telling you this is because this actually simplifies the shot. The hardest part of the shot for me, in my mind, if I was going to go make a shot like this, okay, I'm going to go up on a building. I'm going to go try to get at a guy. I kind of know where he's going to be. What do I do to figure it out? Who goes and speaks here before? Okay, 15 people have spoken here before. 10 of them have gone here, here, and here. This guy likes to be outside. We have 3 places to go when we're outside. He's going to have a crowd this size. Every time a crowd is this size is here, we're either here or there. It's not quite big enough to be justifiably in that place. He's probably going to be here. Okay, what is every time someone sets up here? What does their setup look like? This. What does his setup look like? This. He doesn't carry a portable stage. He has a tent. He wants to get low down in there, and he wants to be in the middle of the campus where people can approach him so that he can maximize. Okay, cool. Where do I go? I go to the building that's right over top of it, and I have online fucking schematics for the entire layout of the building available to me through the architect. Fucking incredible. To the point where you can see all of these fucking ingress routes. This is, I think, the part where he jumped off from the thing. I'm not going to bother replaying the video. It looks just like this. So this is all from fucking Pollard Architects, the people that built the building. So you can see all of these different angles of the building. You can see how you can approach. You have a map of the building. You can see where your low and high spots are. Because some of these buildings, these aren't even super fucking old photographs. You can even see where you're going to have tree and foliage defilade and enfilade and not enfilade, but defilade and cover so that you can approach or even retreat via the fucking organics that are around you. You got all these pictures of this, you got all this. I mean, look at the amount of information that's online. This is the actual trajectory, I believe, from the right side of this photo to the left side of this photo. But I say all of this in order to kind of get you guys on board for how I want to start. Yeah, so like you're up here, right? Yes, this is, you see right here, that's the little part where he jumps off. So we know how he can get up here somehow. I don't even know, but I'm just telling you right now. Come in, park at a parking lot back here, park over here. You have your security here. This is a fucking death trap. It is a death trap if somebody wants to shoot at you. It is, I can't think of a better place to cause, if he wanted to do terrorism, and he got up there with a fucking machine gun instead of a sniper rifle, This would have been one of the most vicious mass casualty events of all time. It like as a machine gunner, if I had a 240 up there, it would have been donezo. They can't get anywhere. You can't run out. There's no escape. It's large, flat, amphitheater style sides. They're lucky there wasn't mass trampling injuries. People were stuck. You can't get out. There's egress here, but if you just had a second guy, look how much fucking space there is when you try to egress out. I know where the parking lots are. I know where all of the approach is. And if I start looking at a map, I can get even more together. Like, you can get in and out through this parking lot and there's no way you can get enough security. You can't get enough security for this. Like, because you don't understand. The president could. People are like, Charlie Kirk spent $1 million on security. That ain't shit. Do you know how much one fucking security guard costs for a VIP level event? They're 6 figures. Like, at least the guy that's running it. And if they're not 6 figures, you're not getting 6 figures worth of security. You're not getting anyone that's going to take a hit for you. They all have to have multiple jurisdiction carry licensing. They have to be able to work with law enforcement. You have equipment, staging, all sorts of different stuff. Like, to drive a bulletproof car not just includes the cost of the car, which is going to be 6 figures and or more. Like, it also takes somebody that can drive a fucking like 6 or 7 ton modified SUV. The people that can do that are in the hundreds, maybe thousands of total individuals, and their fucking services are not inexpensive. $1 million gets you a few guys. I know that sounds insane, but that's it. It gets you a few guys, maybe not even for an entire year, which is what he fucking had. Which you're not. The fucking Secret Service would have this is a nightmare for them. Because there's so much ingress, and then there's so much verticality in this entire fucking area that you're just fucked. You're just fucked. It is crazy. It is crazy. So you can just comes over here, jumps down, bye. Look, in the woods instantaneously. It's like the first level of a fucking like assassin video game. It's the easiest one possible. Oh. Realistically speaking, for distances like this, 100 to 150 meters, nothing matters really. Dude could have shot half a foot high and still hit. Yeah, I would say, if anything, there's tricks to shooting down, which is the other thing I was saying. So you can see, this is where Charlie Kirk is, down in this pit. You can't even see underneath this roof. These roofs, if you believe the way that the schematics are laid out, this one's just a bit higher than this. So you can kind of get the elevation for this area to shoot off of, which would be up here, right? This is the egress area. Ingress, ingress, fire, egress, out. Okay. Let's see if I get another good picture here. No. Yeah, okay. This kind of shows you the elevation. So we're all the way back, I think here-ish, right? I could be a little bit off. That could be a different building. Here-ish, right? So that elevation is very, very downward. And I mean, you might think like, okay, well, if you draw it out, it's going to look like this as opposed to this. But that is an extreme amount of change, right? Your trajectory is going to be pretty much flat at that rate. Maybe even experiencing a little bit of rise, which might be why you hit him in the neck. But like, you're going to be shooting down into somebody, right? And the plane of their body, if he's sitting like this or even forward, like Charlie Kirk was sitting slightly forward, lean forward on his legs and a little bit, if I've seen it correctly. Because I didn't watch the video, but trust me, I've seen the recreations. He's sitting like this. That, when you're not like even anymore, but you're up, we're now going down. The plane of your body and the plane of the first material that is impacted does matter. So if you get hit right here, right, it gets you in the neck, okay. People are like, well, it went straight out. If you poke a balloon full, which is what the body really is at that speed, with a pencil, right? Tighten up a bag of water, poke a balloon or a Ziploc bag with a pencil, and tighten it as hard as you can. Even if you stab it from going up, it will still go out, right? Because once the impact of whatever thing has created the perforation is gone, the surface area reconforms to the direction it's facing. So even if it comes from down like this, that wound channel will go this way, but the water will go up and then out. It's kind of like if you have your hose on the side of your house, right? If you just turn the silcock, cool word, right, on, the water will go out and down like this. Now, the wall was punched in that direction, right? But it just comes out and down. And if you put something else that maneuvers the water in a different direction, it'll go that way. If you cut it off, it'll go straight out. It's because whatever hole is left, the water will conform and the pressure will force the thing to conform to that shape. So if you get hit going straight down, you're still going to see things come straight out, because even though you are still conceptually thinking of something as being in this direction, the physical forces at play are so fast that they just literally reset themselves, and then the blood will come straight the fuck out of his head. So, like, for the record, hideous place. The down elevation is going to be 12 or 15 meters, 4 or 5 floors, which is that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, bullets already drop. It's still going to be pretty flat, but like, you're aiming down at someone who's leaning forward. And if it's one of the most basic fucking hunting rounds on the planet, it's not a military style round, not a full metal jacket that will deform slightly and shift, and it's a hollow point, it's going to hit, it's going to drag in, and especially when your muscles, all the parts of your neck, right? If you hit me direct here, all the pieces of my neck go straight up and down, right? Basically, like little curves. If you're leaned forward, you now start coming in line with the actual path of the muscles, the blood vessels, the bones. And so the path of least resistance is now, instead of going to be through, it's gonna be down. So people are saying, and I think we're gonna see this in the Hassan video, like, oh, I just went in like a couple inches. And it's like, bro, I don't know can you see how much, this is a couple inches. If you do the old standard carpentry, bad carpenter's measure, each one of your finger joints, especially if you're a man-sized hand, is about an inch, right? So 2 inches is your first 2 finger joints. Think of any part of your fucking neck that can get 2 inches into it, or even an inch, without hitting some serious fucking shit. And that's not to say the wound channel itself is not going to be much bigger. The way that those things work, these bullets work, is by hitting you, right? The solid core ones, they want to punch a channel and go all the way through, right? To maximize bleeding and really, but also still have plenty of pen. The hunting style round deforms inside of you. And what it does is basically it's a parachute. Think of it like that. It hits you and goes pump like a parachute. Now, when a parachute does that, you have wash, right? Like, think of like a helicopter. You have rotor wash, poof, like that. Same thing with a bullet. When you go from this to that, I mean, literally listen to my hands. This. Do you understand? What you do is you expand, and all of the pressure of that round starts hitting all of the rest of your body even harder. This causes fluid dynamic changes and all sorts of weird, neat physics operations to occur. But basically what happens is all of that momentum, the force, the kinesis of it, whatever the fuck you want to call it, the newtons, they go blop like this, and then it expands inside of you and then contracts like this. It goes pwa-cha. Pieces of the round will fragment and go into that wound channel, and it'll close around it. It will still continue traveling for a little bit, but basically it will impact the inside of you so fucking hard that it will traumatize parts of you into non-functionality. They won't necessarily come apart. You're not hitting somebody as hard as you would be with like a fucking BMG anti-material rifle, where your neck's gonna fucking cease to exist because the amount of force going into it is just insanely fucking big. It's going to destroy the stuff that it hits. The sharp part hits the outside of you. The blunt part is inside of you, where it can do the most damage. It doesn't need to hurt your skin. It just needs to get through it so it can hurt your muscles and your blood vessels, your bones and your organs inside. Once it goes in there, you can't tell what it's doing. You can't see it. Literally, you'd have to have a fucking slow-mo guy's camera to see what happens to the neck within that microsecond. But all that damage stays. There's ripping, there's tearing, new channels are created. You like, well, why wasn't there more blood? Like, there might be a fucking hole going in from the top of his fucking clavicle artery down into the wonderful amount of new space in his fucking collapsing lung. your stomach, your throat. You get hit if you've never been punched in the face hard enough. You get hit in your nose, get hit in your cheek, and you start swallowing. Like, why aren't you like, dude, I was bleeding a lot. I just swallowed all of it, and now I'm going to puke about fucking a quarter pint of blood. You know what I mean? Because it stays inside of you, which is what the good thing about those rounds is, right? Stuff isn't getting knocked out. If you have a hunting round, I mean, if you think about it, do you want to shoot a deer or something you're going to eat with a round that knocks all the edible chunks the fuck all over the fucking place? No. You hit it, punch in the fucking skin, expand inside, boom. Now, is it a hollow point? No, it's not a hollow point. It's a soft point, right? Soft point, expanding round. And hollow points and other types, right? They expand and they keep going. They blow apart, and then they might knock a gigantic fucking hole out of the other side of you. You don't want that, especially in hunting. Why? Well, you want the fucking pelt, right? Yeah. So you buy a round that's not going to destroy the pelt. Yeah, see that? You can barely see it. Why not? Yeah, that 30-06, baby. 30-06 fucking locked round. I got him. I got the fucking deer right in the neck, and the bullet just stayed in there. All the rest of him's good. He's not full of 10,000 fucking pieces of floating lead that came off of a Hydra shock round, and I didn't blow the other side of him out so that I can't fucking stuff the thing. I wanted to make him into a coat or a nice creepy accessory for the side of my fucking den. I didn't want to destroy the pelt. Like that, it's a hunting round. If this guy shot him with a hunting round as a kid that grew up hunting with a rifle that you would pretty much only use for sporting and hunting these days, that's probably the round he used. And there's just different versions of that throughout the entirety of the 300 greater family of rounds. Pretty much everything has one of those fucking snub-nosed types. If you go back to the fucking Wild West, that's what we were using all the goddamn time anyway. Your fucking little clack-clack fucking lever actions and shit shot those types of rounds. I think it's like Remington 275? I can't remember. Be mad at me, gun guys. But that's the whole thing. They wanted Charlie's pelt. I mean, they got it. Even with soft body armor, you need to get checked because the shot you can burst from the inside. I mean, yeah, soft body armor is fucking like the ultimate definition of better than nothing. It's saran wrap condom. As the bullet flattens out, or do bullets sometimes not flatten out? It depends on the bullet, right? I'm not going to get into this whole thing, but some bullets do, some bullets don't. 5.56 rounds, the typical, what do you call it, 8.55. We would shoot those on the range all the time, and you would find 5.56 rounds laying around in the dirt after you go pick them up as collectibles because they hit and they bend on the end, usually like this. Womp. Now, sometimes they can do it. They can fracture. They can explode. They can shatter. They do all kinds of stuff. I mean, you're sending one physical body at another physical body with an insane amount of force behind it. All sorts of stuff can happen, but what it's designed to do, the 5.56, the standard military rounds in general, the fucking Full Metal Jacket rounds, are designed to hit something and go the fuck through it every time because you're pretty much betting after, especially after the Korean War, that whoever you're shooting at is going to be wearing some level of body armor or something like that. So you want to have a high penetration round. Everything in the civilian market, you want to have less and less penetration because the penetration doesn't give you anything. It's not... Penetration is for things like fucking novel space age materials like fucking Kevlar and bulletproof ceramics. The fucking moose rounds that they were cranking out in the fucking 1800s are fine for elephants. They have elephant guns. Pretty much we're good on that, right? A 300 blackout will get you... 300 Win Mag will get you everything, and that is a military style round anyway. But you get the softer, soft head ones, and the ones with less copper jacketing anyway, or metal jacketing on them is fucking cheaper, The lead's there every time, but if you get less metal on it, or less high grade, high penetration metal, highest penetration you can get is is like a fucking slap round, right? Shot out of a 50 caliber. Tungsten, carbide, sabot light armor penetrator round, slap T with a tracer on it. That thing has insane amounts of penetration on it. You can fucking shoot apparently through chunks of homogeneous rolled steel. I've never done it. I'm glad I didn't because from what I understand, it could be really far away because those things reflect. Those rounds have extremely high pen. They're not good for the civilian market at all. You don't want it for any reason other than like, you have a YouTube channel or like some friends that you want to show, like, dude, I paid fucking $85. I get one shot. I'm putting it through that Mitsubishi block. You know, they're anti-material rounds. In the civilian world, you want like lead fucking soft cap that goes in, expands, and just does as much damage as it can to one fucking target, because there's no benefit in over-penetrating. There just isn't. So, like, the rounds don't do that if they can avoid it, right? Now, like, that's not saying that they don't have rounds that over-penetrate. They do. And it's not to say that a deforming round won't over-penetrate. They will. But in this case, shooting down into a guy from not point blank with a fucking rifle, hit him in the soft tissue, going down with an expanding round, why would it go out the back of him? I would need that information. I would need to know how that's possible before I say, like, oh yeah, I'm shocked that it didn't go all the way through. Like, no, it's civilian hunting round. Like, very high angle at a person that was sitting. Very fucking high angle. Very fucking high angle at a person that's sitting down. Dude, that's like, it just makes sense that that's exactly how it fucking worked. It's like a bog standard fucking hunting from a blind shot. Probably, it might sound crazy to anybody who's in the suburbs or whatever, or you like everything that you know about fucking arms and armament is from Tarkov. But if you're like a deer hunter, you know what I mean? Like, you go out in season and you shoot 30-06 out of fucking bolt action rifles at deer, you've probably made this shot if you've killed a deer. Because, yeah, the deer's big, but you didn't aim at the whole deer. You aim at whatever, the circle here, or some of you guys fucking think you're real cool and you shoot them in the back of their neck, whatever the hell. And it's bog standard. I don't know how to tell you this. Not only is it's a good shot, very nicely done, but it's very nicely done in the same way as if you saw somebody, you know, shoot a fucking like a 3-pointer under duress in a lightly competitive high school basketball game. You're like, wow, dude, that was a good 3-pointer. Good job, man. And then someone goes like, I don't know. I don't think he can make that shot against LeBron James. You're like, what the fuck? LeBron James would have trouble making that shot if he was being guarded by Shaq. You're like, does LeBron even shoot from the 3? What? Can we have video of him even making this against Shaq? Why is Shaq at the top of the key? Why is Shaq on the 3-point line guarding LeBron? What does this have to do with anybody? People are like, that's impossible. I don't know if you know this, but that's impossible. Psychotic. Insanity. Impossible shot. Impossible shot. Like, bro, people are just, the next day, motherfuckers that like love Charlie Kirk were going out there and replicating the shot. Like, I wonder if this is even possible. Like, oh, actually, that's fucking super easy to do. It's literally what the gun is designed to do. Like, if he was up there with a fucking, I don't know, like a target pistol shooting like a 22 LR, like, you know, doing the whole bent arm, and then got like, okay, yeah, that's fucking what the fuck happened. Like, no, he went up with a hunting rifle and made a hunting style shot from an elevated position against a stationary target. Like, it's still a good shot. I'm glad it didn't fucking hit anyone else. Hit the best possible thing it could have hit. Like, but fucking, dude, that is like, it's such a bog standard shot. It's what you practice to shoot if you practice to shoot with a rifle. Like, that's it. You don't go rifle shooting if you're unless you're a moron, like a 30-06 to like, oh, dude, I don't know if you noticed, but I can keep like an inch grouping in the paper at 10 yards. You know, it's a fucking 30-06 round. It's rated for 500-meter iron sight shots. There's a minute of angle that keeps within a fucking, I think the minute of angle, I was just looking at this too, I don't know why. Yeah, you're within a foot of total fucking expenditure in your beaten zone at like 500 fucking meters or more. Like, that's, you're good. That's specifically the correct range to use the rifle at. It's just literally where it's targeted to be flat to sight. No elevation change up or down. No need for windage. By the way, everyone talking about the wind. Winds can go crazy. It was a pit. He was shooting down into a pit, which means if there was any wind, it was uniform and going in one direction at a standard rate that you could measure probably any time of the day. If you could find video, you might be out there with a wind checker like 6 days before that. Like, all right, yeah. And 15 miles per hour on the fucking dot, east to west, every time. That's crazy. I know a family member was shot from 1 foot away with a pistol around, went through one leg and got lodged into his other leg. That's point blank. We already discussed that's called point blank. So there's something called range. I don't know if you're trying to say that to make a point or not. So when you're so close that you don't really need to measure the distance because it's within like arm's length. There's actually a specific that I can't. That's called point blank. So basically, it's a negligible decrease in the muzzle pressure from when the gun goes off because you might even be still getting hit with the fucking pellets. At that distance, yeah, you have, and I have this to bring up, you have basically all of the energy that is ever going to be in that round still basically in the round. That's if you're going to over penetrate, it's going to be at point blank range, which are most of the distances inside a civilian house, which is why you shouldn't use stuff that can penetrate walls. So let me see. We got here firing rifle. And understand, even if it changes and this ends up being like a 308 or even like a 300 Win Mag round that comes out of that rifle, I don't know why it would. All of the things that I'm saying stay the same. So I have ballistic tables, 30-06 ballistics tables from all major manufacturers. Thank you. I don't need that. So these are some standard ballistics charts or ballistic table charts. Arms core ballistics, 165 grain. So this is the other thing that changes. You see these grains? This is the weight of the round, right? So you have 150, 168. That changes obviously how heavy it is, and that relative to how much powder is in the thing, it just changes how much it hits with. So this is the other reason you need to know the weight, the round specifically that was used, because the specific round will change all of these things bit by bit. So you see here, we'll just say this 180 grain, 168. What's a good average? 155. I think 168 is pretty much average here. Oh, do I have? These are Black Hills. Browning. Let me see if I can just bring up the one I was talking about. 180. Browning. Where was I? Winnie? Was I in Win? Remington. I was in Remington. Remington soft lock. So, core locked. Core lock SP. There we go. Okay. This is a 180 grain. So this is the heaviest Remington core locked, I think, is the 180. Oh, Jesus Christ. 220. Fuck off, bro. God damn. That's a heavy fucker. It goes down to like 155. That grain change is crazy. So this is a pretty standard size in the middle range of it. About 180, I think 165, 70 something. But they're not crazy different if you go up and down, okay? And still you gotta calculate with the energy. So we'll just look at the 180 grain, which is one of those I was just showing you, right? So at 0, our velocity is 2,700 feet per second. Our energy is 2913 foot-pounds. This is where I'm failing you as a ballistics talking point provider because I can't really equivocate this. I know in my mind what it means. Past 1,000 foot-pounds is like very good penetration. Like that's like, okay, that's pretty much what you need to do most things is like past like 1,000 for most round types. And then underneath that in steps of about 250, you get down until like, it's like, I think under 250 or 200 or something, you won't go through. The reason it needs to be high here is so that it stays high here. So, you see 500, this is what I'm talking about, rated out to 500. This is like a standard qual. This is a standard medium long range shot. I've qualified at 500 with iron sights. You see the amount of decrease here. So at 100 range at yards, and the shot was, I think it's saying 130 now, but I don't know if that's as the crow flies directly or if it's actually like with the angle taken in, which is obviously going to be, Pythagoras a little bit longer. It is between 100 and 200. So you can see this fall off right now. So, this is the heavier round, or this isn't even the heavier round, 150 here. This is a lighter one, heavier one. Oh yeah, I'll just compare those two. So 180, right? We have negative 1.5 elevation up to 100. At 100, we have 0 because the bullet has to go in an arc. And this is kind of hard to explain, but basically the barrel doesn't go straight. It goes a little bit up, but it's also relative to the sight. It's a whole thing. but it's basically gonna go whoop like that, up and then down, but still straight. Don't worry about it. So you go up, you come back down to normal, and then you start falling. And you can see the fall off is it's parabolic or whatever the fuck, logarithmic, ballistic. The fall off gets insanely high the further you go. It goes really crazy. But right here, you have almost no fall off. These are in inches, 4 inches for this heavier bullet, medium heavy bullet, 200 yards. So between here and there, 100 to 200. So you can say it's probably about 1.5 in and around the range, 1.5 inches of drop. So if he was aiming directly at his face from directly like this, you know what I mean, in line, then it would make sense that it hit him in his neck. Now, if he's a good hunter, he probably aim, and he's like knows that he's got one shot, he probably aimed for the chest, which is where this figure comes in. These drops are over a flat plane with the curvature of the earth taken into account, but still, it's a flat plane shot straight across. When you shoot going from the top down, these elevation numbers all change and they all get higher, right? They all get higher. So they go up. So, how to explain this? Yeah, it's 1.5 inches. I'm stupid. That's the sight height. Muzzle over bore, right? But either way, these all change because instead of having an arc that goes like this, right? Like this, you now go like that. And so when you're going down like this, you lose less energy because the bullet is following more in the path of gravity, right? So you actually shoot further from higher or shoot flatter from higher to the point where you can even shoot like a little bit high. So if he was calculated in at the chest, right? Dead center chest, but didn't completely calculate his elevation change in, now his elevation is actually going to be up because the calculation that's in his scope is for flat, and the shot that he's taking is top down. When you have snipers that train for this stuff, and we even get a little bit of it just as in basic Marine rifleman training, they start telling you the calculations for these things. They're not impossible to do, but even snipers have stuff like advanced range finding optics, blah blah blah, GPS, blah blah blah. It does the math inside the scope for you with the adaptation for your own personal elevation as opposed to the target elevation. Target elevation changes, your elevation changes, and these things aren't crazy different, but also it's a matter of inches over space. So every time you make any slight small adjustment, you're like, I'm a little bit higher, I'm shaking, I'm rushing, I'm nervous, the wind shifted right before trigger pull, the guy moved a little bit. Every single one of those things alters where that bullet is finally going to end up by, some fraction or series of inches. So it can just kind of like go crazy, which is why you always try to aim for the biggest effective target possible so that you hit it. A left eye shot, T-box fucking takeout is what you would have expected from a shooter. A hunter, even someone like me, this is the kind of shot I would go for. Like I'm pretty effective with a rifle, but I'm not that fucking good. However, if you get somebody that's in a fucking Marine Corps Scout sniper, fucking Navy SEAL sniper team, they'll left eye that shot from 200 casually and without, because that's all they do. They breathe between shots. They're fucking cool as cucumbers. They get high intensity ingress egress training. They don't give a fuck. They're not nervous. They'll left eyeball that shot and T-box somebody to make sure. No one's going to the fucking hospital today. As far as a hunting round from one fucking goofball fucking 20-year-old goes, I would say this is pretty much what I would expect. And this is why I'm like, I don't know why people are so not scared walking around in public these days. Because this is just, you could do this. This is a shot. This is the dark truth of it. And this is really why I think people are trying to talk about it in a sideways way. You can go to Walmart or a Gander Mountain or fucking Top Shot or Target World, whatever the hell it is near you, and you can get every fucking ingredient to make this shot for under $1,000 easy. Like, anything that shoots a 30-06 and the barrel's not fouled and it's straight, if it's a decent fucking old, it can hit this. It's not a fancy round. It's not a fancy rifle. It's not a crazy amount of distance. If you can get a ladder and a short line of credit, you got $1,000 sitting around, you can make this shot. That's why people are worried about guns. It is. A hunting rifle did this. That's what they're for. It's a hunting rifle. Yeah, it's not an AK-47. And it really does push it into the next stage of like, well, you know, people do want to just hunt. It's like, yeah, like, well, you can't do this with a hunting rifle. And it's like, I could. You know what I mean? The thing is, yeah, an AK-47 or, well, yeah, an AK-47 or, you know, any 16 variant Armalite, semi-automatic, gas-operated, shoulder-fired, air-cooled, magazine-fed, LM gas. Lightweight, magazine-fed, gas-operated, air-cooled, shoulder-fired, LM gas. Any rifle like that you can just fart out 28 rounds, yeah, you can just dump lead in someone. But like literally any fucking basic hunting rifle from a fucking Walmart can give you this shot. That's what people that are talking about gun control, even me, have been talking about for forever. It's like, y'all fucking are like brave and shit. Like, dude, this is not a high skill shot. This is what the weapon is designed to do. It's like saying getting a layup is like high skill. It's like, yeah, you did it in a game against a good opponent. That's fucking tremendous. But you can go practice the layup right now. It is not hard. It is not expensive. Because we live in America. Anyone who is for or against you existing at all has access to this whenever the fuck they want. That is why you should be scared. Anyone can make this shot. Guns are designed to be fired by children. That fucking 30-06 round was being fired by child soldiers in our own military in America who just needed something to fucking eat and were signing up to go fight World War I at 14 years old. Anyone can make this shot if they practice a bit. Marine Corps rifle training in boot camp to get you to 500-meter shots from the prone, it's 2 weeks long. The gun does the work. The scientists mathed it out. The bullet was designed in a lab. They just needed you to be mildly competent enough to keep the weapon unfouled, to load the ammunition correctly, and follow the fucking literal instruction manual to align these things that are fucking dummy proof, and then pull the trigger without freaking out or breathing wrong. That's it. That's it. That's all it takes to kill somebody. That's why proliferate mass gun ownership for morons is dangerous as fuck. And why none of them have cared for a while. Because it hasn't affected them. But now you're coming to the realization, like, any window? Yes, any window. Any rooftop? All of them. What about the snipers? Counter snipers can only look one place at a time. How many snipers do you have in this city looking out for your VIP? We've got 17 sniper teams. Congrats. That's not enough. The sniper teams will tell you that's not enough. How much can you see? What you can literally see when you're standing next to me. We have so many overlapping fields of fire that have defilade. We are in a major city. I can sit on top of this building. They can sit at the bottom floor and prevent anyone from coming up. That breaks the rules, but every fucking floor inside this building, I can't see it. It's underneath me. Every fucking window on the other side of that building, I can't see it. That team can, but they're diagonal to it. They can't see inside the building more than 6 feet, and that's only when they're fucking even with it. Any level under 15 floors down, those floors are essentially invisible to me. Every window. Every fucking parking garage, all of them. Every trunk of a car, yep. Every sewer grate that someone can fucking creep through the fucking outflow, yes. Every fucking tree, yeah. Every gutter, every alleyway, yup. How about fucking driving out on the fucking highway? Oh, I don't know. What, you're going like 80 miles an hour? Yeah. The same speed is what you're going. No, it's 8. It's very fast. Yeah, the same speed. You know what 80 miles an hour looks like at 200 meters? All you got to do is trap shot. It's easy. You ever shot a duck? People shoot ducks all the time. They're fast as fuck compared to a car and small. It's called duck hunting. It's like a pastime. You ever seen deer? They change direction. Fucking some goddamn toothless fucking hillbilly can barely spell. Thump. There goes Bambi's mom. Dude, the guns are figured out. These are not hard shots to hit. Should you be afraid? Duh, idiot. I've been terrified for years, you fucking morons. You know how scared I am of you people having guns? Just being incompetent and shooting me through a fucking wall because you saw a ghost in the middle of the night? Much less fucking just one psycho. I walk around downtowns all the time. I just stare at the windows. Yeah. And the only one thing I always think is, I'm not looking around enough. Every car window you see, and start paying attention. See how far the farthest away car is from you. And say, damn, that's only 150 meters. People are like, that's a football field and a half. Dude, I can run down a football field. Human beings that are at the top of their game can throw a ball halfway down one. You can kick a ball halfway down a fucking football field. That's a fucking gun, boy. They were shooting fucking trench to trench with that. What the fuck do you think a gun is for? Fuck football. That's a game for kids that adults get to play for money. Guns can shoot to the horizon and further if you use GPS and space magic, by which I mean mathematics. Simple, fundamental mathematics. Snipers that are professional snipers have hit targets from 3,700 meters away. That's 37 football fields. Do you know what a person looks like at that distance? I don't. I've never seen that far. It's just math. You're like, oh, what about the wind? Bro, smoke blowing, hair blowing, trees moving, grass moving, dirt moving. Done. I could do those calculations fresh out of high school, and I fucking did not pay attention to math class. 5 left, 5 right, 10 left, 20 left, 7 right, or 70 right. Wow, that fucking crazy fucking wind blowing right there. The flags, a flag moving. You know what's always at a fucking Republican rally, any political rally? Flags moving. This, look, 5 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, 25, 40, 50. If it's going like that. Is the tree moving? Yes. How much is it moving? Just the leaves? That's about 5 to 10. Is it the whole branch? Yeah, whole branch, but the tree seems to be fine. Okay, yeah, that's probably about 25. Whole tree is swaying heavy. Okay, that's probably about 50 or more. And that's it. Is there smoke out there? Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke. Is it resting? Yes, that's probably about 0 to 5. Okay, how about the smoke? Is it going this? Is it doing that? Yeah. And then all of that is just a series of calculations down from 5. You take all of those things, divided by 5, and then it's a notch. That's how many notches you go left to right. That's it. Okay, 5, 5, 10, 10, 25. Do my math. All right, whatever the fuck that was. 5, 5, 10, 10, 25. 35 minus 20, 15. Okay, 15 right, 1, 2, 3. Pop. 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 Fucking it, dude. That's how easy it is. Should you be afraid? Yes, you fucking idiots. Fucking morons. You should be fucking horrified. Guns are terrifying. They are so fucking cool. That's why I don't give a shit about fuck a pistol. I don't give a fuck about a pistol. Have you ever seen what a 300 Win Mag can do? Have you ever seen a fucking depleted uranium 50 cal mag smack through the fucking front end of an old Humvee on a fucking range? Like, what the fuck was that? Holy shit. That's fucking cool. God damn. Fucking magic space wizard shit. Pistols are for people that don't like math. Fucking rifle rounds are crazy. And anything in the 300 family and bigger is like life-changing. It's like, what in the fuck is that? Match point ammunition, floating barrels. Have you ever heard that fucking word? Start getting into hard shots. Dude, fucking scout snipers go out on a shit day in the fucking rain, barely able to see, and they'll look at a fucking map. They'll look at a fucking map, not even where they are or where the target is. They don't look at the target. They'll look at the fucking map. They'll do the math while drawing out a fucking picture on a fucking Write in the Rain book. It looks beautiful. They all learn how to draw in fucking sniper class. And then they'll do the math and they'll say, top window to the right, 2 seconds. Okay. Hold up 21 and 2, right? 3 mil. Okay. Hold, fire, chong. Then it takes a second. They go, impact. Hit. Like, that's how they do it. You ever see the fuck? And they're all bored. I had a friend after the military who was a scout sniper, and he's like, that shit's fucking easy. He's like, the hardest thing about being a scout sniper is running and crawling and hiding. The fucking gun math, fucking crazy. They simplified the shit out of it. It's just calculations. You just put numbers into stuff, and it's actuarial tables. Likelihoods, probabilities, possibility. Okay, yeah. It's probably one of these 3. We're going to take that one in the middle. Pom, cha, pom, cha, pom, cha. Bullets doing this. Coriolis effect. It's a hard shot. 200 meters is fucking cake. I shot from the standing at 200 meters. I'll show you. Fucking Marine Corps rifle qual. Marine Corps rifle qual. 200 meter. Videos. The fuck is this? Quantico, Virginia. Lance Corporal George Nudo. These guys. USMC action shooting team. Let's see. Is this the same now? This is from. Oh, why are you guys firing off a fucking? Oh, that's okay. They're at A line. I don't need to see A line. I need to see naked qual. Marines TV. Rifle qual with an ACOG is crazy, but.
Take that magazine out.
Oh, that's weapons handling. Come on. New 4 weeks. Okay, let me see. Rifle qual 200 meter 2005. That's when I qualified. Marine Corps rifle range qualification. Oh yeah, this is the new rifle qual too. This is like, dude, I've been out for 20 years now almost.
Stand by. Contact.
Nope, that's the combat rifle qual. I want to see the old standard. 1-8 military operations. Where the fuck you guys? Where the fuck is 1-8? Oh, you guys using fucking. Hold on. I know. All right, hold on. I'm just going all the way into this again.
Hey guys, welcome to another
Oh, what's up, Corporal Vinny?
TV episode. Today we're at
Rifle range. Yeah, so these guys. Yeah, this is cool. That's the middle effect. These guys get it with ACOGs, which I did not do. That was right after I was getting out. They started doing ACOGs, which is fine. I don't think it changes up that much. It probably makes you a touch more accurate, but people probably rely on it too much. But man, dude, this is Motivator qualling with his fucking PEC 13 on.
Do every are required to.
So this is the kneeling. You shoot at the kneeling at 200 and 300, or at least you used to. Sitting. Let me see standing. Standing. Well, dude, who is making these fucking psychos qual at a 203? That's so dirty, dude. So yeah, this will give you
It is designed.
That's the 200. That's 300 if you're shooting at the dog target. So 500, yeah, dude, he got his fucking donk in there. What's up, homie? What's up, Motivator? Got you fucking thickness in that. So yeah, this is the rifle range. You can see these are the closer ones. This is 500 meters, and you shoot at the fucking person-sized target from the prone. Prone fire. Let me see some standing fire. Range day. Where's day? This is the seated. That's 200. 200 and 300, I think. Come on, let's see some standing. I just want to see how. There we go.
Classes based on the fundamentals of marksmanship.
So yeah, this is 200. You see, he's doing the standing. That is about the shade, a little bit bigger than a head, if I remember correctly. That's the circle target. You only shoot him from that close. This is the dog target for the speed fire. He's doing the speed fire in the seated.
The shooting positions. How to record.
So this is 200 meters. That's it. Butt ink Budding.
or the effects of the weather. All those things that we learn over
Yeah.
5 days as recruits or as officers in basic school.
That's dirty, man. I guess they're making them qual with their fucking actual issue weapon. Dude, fuck being a team leader. This guy's got a 203. That is miserable. 203 is heavy as fuck. This is a grenade launcher, right? I'll pop open right there, the latch. He's got a 203 on an M4. God, that is a weird amount of weight. Maybe it's actually easier. I bet the fucking speed shot's a little bit easier with all that. But yeah, that's it, man. Money on target.
The unit is responsible.
These targets, this is not hard shots. I'm telling you. The standing is the one that's most likely to get you. Prone at 200, if you miss, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You have no your body is betraying you. You have to be jerking the trigger, coughing, getting kicked in the fucking prone at 200 meter against a fucking seated target is a cake shot, even under duress. Like, I don't know how to tell you. Crack shot, good for him, didn't hit anybody, and really getting it on in one is the thing that no one can really, I can't explain that to you, but he didn't have to do any additional math. He didn't have to take a follow-up. He went up, he had his shot calculated, and he fucking Carlos Hathcock the motherfucker. I don't know what to tell you. That's fucking good ingress egress. That's the closest to like, he had a lot of potential as a fucking scout sniper. Unironically, like if it was a movie, somebody might put him on the Suicide Squad or something. But it's not a crazy shot. Nothing happened that's out of the ordinary or extraordinary. I knew that eventually something like this was going to happen. I'm kind of surprised it was Candace Owens. I mean, they're trying to blame the Jews. Trying to really get that fucking post-Palestine anti-Jewish genocide kicked off. We're definitely going to be pushing that direction, but it is what it is. If you miss a 200 while prone, you have to be sneezing or unconscious. It's crazy. Or your fucking sights are completely jacked. That's what you shoot at. The thing's fucking huge. It's not the whole white piece. It's the little black piece in the middle, right? The whole big white around it is for when you move, they can help you get. But the only thing that counts is if you hit black. If you don't hit black, it doesn't matter. I'm not even a big military/gun guy, but I know a couple things about hunting. And that's it. You don't need... The use case for a 500 meter shot is functionally non-existent outside of military engagements and a once in a lifetime angle probably that I would think you would find hunting, or maybe if you hunt like on the plains, and you're hunting something that's out, because just trying to find 5 back-to-back football fields worth of space unencumbered by any is crazy, right? But like 150 to 250, I think was the average engagement distance in Iraq when I was there. Like it was not very close range at all. But that's considered close range in military part because we fight with fucking rifles, you know what I mean? Otherwise it's like point blank. House to house, street to street is a different thing than like close range fighting, which is, 100, 200 meters. Because, I mean, back in the day, that's what trenches were. You crawl up to the edge of that berm and fucking try to plink off people's fucking helmets. This is for people who don't want to do math. LOL, I feel that. Math is for blockers. Our qualifying target, we're by a foot. Frost, have you ever never shot at a human-sized target at 252 to 100 to 500 meters? What is the size? I think it's an able target. USMC able target. I might be understating the size of it. Yeah, able target size. Yeah, the 500-yard rifle target is 20 by 40 inches. Dimensions. I might be overselling it, but it's not huge. Yeah, 12-inch bullseye. So about a head by half a head by head and a half, I guess you would say. But full on the core. And then the dog target is basically supposed to represent a guy laying in the prone. The Mauser 98 he allegedly used has a reputation for shooting straight from a cold barrel. I mean, any any good rifle does. I don't. Maybe that might be like a old thing, an old school deal. And I mean, maybe like snipers and stuff have to deal with that. But like every time I qualified on a cold barrel. You know what I mean? Like fucking, that's new military style weapons, especially new ones. They have like floating barrels and stuff or whatever the hell. You know, it's just how the barrel's attached to the receiver and all that sort of stuff. Back in the day, especially when you had rifles that were married to their furniture all the way along the stock or whatever you have all the way to the front of the barrel, that would like warp and shift, which isn't a lot, but I mean, it would still take it off. But like, that's something that they figured out how to mitigate the worst aspects of it a long time ago. To see any significant change up from that, and I mean, somebody should keep track. If you're trying to be accurate, accuracy is accuracy. That's a thing to keep in mind. You know what I mean? But it's like honing a knife. You know what I'm saying? Like your knife should come sharp. Obviously, back in the day, it was way more of a problem. You go back to the Civil War and stuff. Like, yeah, fucking Jesus fucking Christ, they can't even have heat mitigation. Them shitty ass fucking barrels. But nowadays, you have to be like top. You're shooting fucking targets that are like, a click out plus to have to worry about stuff like that being significant or high precision. You're trying to fucking T-socket motherfuckers. Okay. I get it. That's cool. But like, you don't need to worry about it too much. Then again, I mean, I guess if it held up, still good, My European mind is being blown by this gun lecture. 30-06 Mauser 98. No way that thing had to be a Mauser Steyr 1912 on the Chilean contract to fire a 30-06. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I've heard it was a 30-06. I've heard it was a 308. I have not seen 100% concrete confirmation of anything. Like, I don't know. I keep seeing different stuff, and I don't know exactly how to fucking nail it down. I don't even trust the FBI right now, because Kash Patel has literally already fucking made massive mistaken misannouncements in this. I think when the full ballistic reports comes out, I'll check it out. But the difference between a 30-06 and a 308 in this use case is pretty negligible, in my opinion. I can't see what really would have changed all that much. They're pretty comparable rounds. The 08 and the 308 is 0.008 millimeters, and I think the 30-06 is a 300. I can't remember exactly what the 06 means now. Damn it! I just looked this up. Let me double check. 0.30-06. Yeah. So it's a 300 or a 30. It's a 30. The 06 is the year. Let me triple check that. I accidentally read the fucking AI summary. 100%. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So yeah. It's a 300. 06 is the year. So it's ancient, literally fucking ancient round. But yeah, it's not the differences between these. The better rounds just get better, right? It's not going to be like, well, you were shooting a 30-06 and not a 308. Like at 200 meters, in a person that's like mildly competent, especially if it's their practice weapon, it's not going to be like, well, that's impossible, 30-06 is just taller. Is it? Probably. I just got a $1 raise. Good for you. Hey, Kia Shark. It had to be lower 30 or an intermediate and tag. It depends on the point of impact, how much terminal velocity it has. What the hell are you saying? It's not a thing. Calibers don't have an impact that's recognizable. 100% true. It looked more like a 5.56 impact. Oh, yeah, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, in what way? describe what about it was like, oh, that was a 5.56. How many necks have you seen get fucking hit with a 5.56? Just actually, you need to say that first. I need to know how many. I need to know how much forensic bullet analysis you've done of male Caucasian necks that have been impacted by 5.56, and what specific variant of 5.56 it was, so that I know specifically if you're on it or not. But let's see. New Charlie Kirk conspiracy just dropped. I explained all of my opinions on this, just in case the Hassan thing is a bit of a let down or whatever. Let's see what he's got going on here.
Also, there's additional updates about Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is insane. And I feel like it's probably one of the worst things that they could have actually revealed for all the gun guys. I assume that even people who didn't suspect some wrongdoing in this investigation, all the gun guys are now going to be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. This has the workings of a false flag. That's right. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA bestie came out and said one of the most insane things I've ever heard. So they claim that the sniper rifle used was a hunting rifle. It was like an old school hunting rifle that uses what is it called? 30 on 6. I don't know these things. I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest. I mean, he's doing it again. This is one of the most irritating, sniper rifle and sniper is just such a misused term. I would actually give this guy credit as a sniper, mostly because what makes a sniper is not what makes a marksman. Marksman or marksperson. A marksman is just a really good shot, right? For marksman, designated marksman. Most marksmen, if they're trained up, they can do everything a sniper can do shot-wise. Snipers aren't good because they're good shots. You have to be a good shot to be a sniper. What makes a sniper is their ability to hunt humans and not be detected. That's what separates them from everybody else. Now, they do have to take crazy big shots, but there's, Olympic level marksmen that can probably outshoot, caliber for caliber, a lot of military high level paid to do it military snipers, because they're just marksmen. They're unbelievably good shots. They're sharp shooters, but they're not snipers. The sniper is good because the sniper can find what you call the angle. That's it. That's what snipers do. They don't get seen, and they find the angle. That's what sets a sniper apart from every other marksman. Sniper rifle is a rifle that facilitates the sniper's shot. And really, this is definitely not a sniper rifle, not for a long time. Now, a sniper can use anything, right? Technically, you're still a sniper if you get to the shot that you take is with a fucking Springfield XD, you know what I mean? And subsonic ammunition. Some goofy ass, modified 22 LR. Fucking rimfire kit. Okay, whatever the fuck. That's still it. But the real sniper rifles, what you would call an actual sniper rifle, are stuff they usually have to be a little bit modern. And they're things that you can tell, especially in the modern era, when you look at them, they'll have things like adjustable, cheek welds and stuff. They really just look modular as fuck. Every part of them shifts and screws and changes the size and shape. And they usually have ammunition that's calibered in bizarre sizes. And you'll hear things like match grade, specifically for the fucking, what's that one that everyone loves? Someone probably just shouted it out right now. It's like the 4.5. You know exactly what I'm talking. What's that fucking Shaytac intervention? That the meme sniper rifle. Shaytac intervention round. The M200 intervention. I mean, that is like a sniper rifle. Oh God. It is also fucking $11,000. Oh, 408 Shaytac or 375. What's the 408? Is this even the one that's the weird sounding? Oh yeah, 338 Lapua Magnum. That's the fucking the meme round. Not like it's a bad round or anything. It's just that was the that round. It's a Reddit round to be infuriated. The 338 Lapua is that's a meme round. It's like you see it when people are like, I don't know if you know this, but this shoots the 338 Lapua. It's the strongest, fucking most balanced, magical sniper round in the history of mankind. But all these things, they have proprietary ammunition and stuff, and they're very precious and cool. And then like 9 times out of 10, if you see any fucking scout snipers and stuff operating in real life, they'll be using some fucking bolt action, sneaky, lightweight, whatever the fuck, crawling around with some asshole with a fucking Mark 17, right? Mark 17, Mark 14. I can't remember. What the fuck? What's the fucking 308 M16? Whatever they'll carry that fucking thing around like a fucking fleur on it, and some big binoculars, right? And they go out and do their thing. Counter snipers will use this stuff because counter snipers have to be super duper fucking accurate, and they can always just go and set up on a big old fucking tripod or whatever. But like snipers, they whatever the fuck, right? But just try to get out of saying sniper rifle if you can in your mind. Because you guys can't help yourself but start calling everything where somebody shoots someone from further than 25 meters away a sniper rifle. Like, they only shot like 2 or 3 times, just one time it hit them, it's a sniper rifle. Like, I mean, it's a fucking... It's kind of like, I don't know if you know this, but a standard issue rifle from a war our great-grandparents maybe fought in. You know? It's a standard issue infantry bolt action. It is a sniper rifle insofar as a sniper could use it to do sniper actions, but it's really not a sniper rifle. A sniper's rifle, in that case, which one? You know what I mean? But like, you know, it's the fucking the Caraco or whatever the fuck that fucking Lee Harvey Oswald was using. You know, it's like just ancient fucking World War I, World War II issue snick snack. The 5-shot snick snack is the rifle of choice for everybody. What does it do? It goes snick snack. It holds 5 round. And if you can't get it in that 5, you were never going to get it in the first place. Like, how far can you shoot it? How far can you see? Like, that's pretty much it. It's based. 16-inch M16 is goated, slept on, but goated. SR25, I know that in my mind, but I can't think of it.
The terminology. It's like 30-6, but I don't know how to say it. But it's a big bullet.
How the hell do you not know how to say 30-6?
30-6.
Oh, that's a dirty comparison chart. I love that. That's a good comparison chart. It's got everything from 22 LR to 30-6. This is what does that say? Main battle rifle class sniper rifles. What the fuck? MBR. I guess so. Large game hunting rifles, medium and heavy machine guns. No, these are medium machine guns at best. Heavy machine guns start at like 50 caliber, and the M250 caliber heavy machine gun is small. The Dishka is a 57 caliber. The Mark 19 is a 40 caliber grenade launcher, and then after that you have stuff like heavy machine guns are not in the 300 family of bullets. That's not a heavy machine gun. You know why? You can carry it at all. That is not a fucking heavy machine gun round by any fucking stretch of the imagination. Is that a heavy machine gun round? Heavy machine gun rounds are the LAR 25 millimeter fucking flat cannon, whatever the fuck that thing is. I remember seeing that on a range. Dun, 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 dun. The guys have to sweep up the fucking brass, which is the size of almost my forearm, with big ass fucking stiff bristle brooms. What the fuck are you guys up to? Shooting the LAR 25 millimeter, boy. That's heavy. This is always the issue, right? Early semi-auto battle rifles, assault rifles, varmint rifles, 5.56 39 or 5.45 39, 7.62 39, 7.62 45. 7.62 51 NATO, 7.62 54R. Why is okay? Oh, there he is. 5.56 45 NATO. Assault rifles and varmint rifles. Yeah, these are the MBR rifles. They also said it here. Old main battle rifles, but these are not heavy. I wouldn't even say they're necessarily large game. You can go after large game, but like this is like passive game. You can hunt herbivores. Herbivores that run away, you can hunt with this. You do not want to fuck with like actual like big game rifles. Real big game rifles, the 30-06 is going to be at like the lowest of the low end. You're going to want to They have things called elephant guns for a reason, and they're a smidge larger. We just hunted. We extincted so many species that large game fucking like went back down into like the 300 calibers of rifles. But it's definitely not heavy. Definitely not heavy machine guns. That is crazy. Like, hold on. I just have to show you because if you've never seen it, 50 cal BMG by 7.62 images. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you the difference when the step up comes, because understand the difference between 308 and 50 cal is like, you know, its difference is from there to there, right? So it's like, you know, it's hard to even measure with your fingers. But the thing is the amount of powder goes up, what we in the business call exponentially. It's always funny seeing them next to each other. This is what that looks like. This is 300 Win Mag, which is bigger, wider than a 30-06, right? It says 308 Winchester 7.62 So this is an AK round. This is an M16 round. That's 22 LR. That is a Plinken round. That's the varmint rifle round in my mind. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. This is a like bog standard, or this is a bog standard sniper rifle round right now for like military grade sniper rifles. A lot of them are built around the 300 Win Mag. This is the 50 caliber BMG. This is what a fucking heavy machine gun round looks like. If you note from just like glancing, the fucking bigger than the 30-06 round will still slide very easily inside the fucking casing of this thing. They are in a different class. That's how you know they're heavy machine guns. It's a different class of gun. If you're from a country where you consider a fucking 240 to be a heavy machine gun, don't fight wars. You're not ready for it, okay? You're gonna get cleared. The 50 cal is about a quarter the size of the fucking 25 millimeter round. It's an insanely big fucking round. An insanely big round. That's what heavy machine guns are. Heavy machine guns cannot get fired from the sitting or cannot get fired from the stand. They are fucking crew served and vehicle mounted only. They are anti-material, mass anti-personnel, and placed weapons. They are not carried around. It might be heavy to you, but it's not. That's not a fucking heavy machine gun round. Oh my god. This, like, if you can, oh well, I don't have it. It's not gonna be able to bring up. But I just wanted to make that clear. This is the issue. It's like, because I think people want to put scary language on stuff. You know, they throw together these charts. They're like, I want to fucking spook you out. I want to get it. It's got to be spooky. So we kind of compare all of these relative size of rounds. But, you know, you got like the fucking, you know, 40, these are, you got a bunch of pistol rounds. Fucking, like, every possible fucking pistol round size in my mind. And then we got a few, like, all of these are just, like, assault rifles. So, like, basically, if you look at historically what all these are, you have rifle rounds and sidearm rounds. And you can kind of actually, once you think of it like that, you can see the difference. And they've actually kind of, like, modulated into this direction and into this direction as things have gone on. But I don't know, I just wanted to say that. When you see charts like this, it can kind of trick you into thinking that this is like a special round or it's like a miracle bullet. Like, oh my God, it's so much bigger. What's a 20? Why don't you just use 22 LR? You know? Oh, why don't you just shoot a 22 LR, buddy? What are you doing? Oh God, what are you doing? Like, dude, Jesus fucking Christ. And when you have this scale, it just seems crazy. But like, right when you I mean, all of these. This is a military round. This is obviously was a military round. I think the Tokarev was too. All of these are basically military standards. But these are like, you know, fucking rifle rounds. And then like this right around here is a fucking snipe. But like, this is the low end. This is the smallest man-portable size of ammunition that's fired. Everything that goes, there's so much fucking bigger things when you get into the heavier machine gun class. You got flak cannons, fucking whatever the fuck they shoot out of mini fucking guns, whatever the hell that fucking thing is. I think it's like a modified 308. I can't remember off the top of my head at all. You got anti-material recoilless rifle rounds, all that. It's crazy. This is like where you right around here you start transitioning into fucking fantasy land and stuff gets cool. Everything that's lower than that can barely even fucking hold the like enough powder to shoot even like an armor-piercing head. It just doesn't have enough ass to get it going. Are they always belt-fed? I have to literally say no. Disintegrating belt feeding in machine guns is generally the best way to feed machine guns in an overall use case. But a lot of heavy machine guns, I believe the Dishka is what you would call the Dishka DSHKA. That's like the fucking whatever Ruski one. I believe it is. They have a disintegrating link for that now. There's non-disintegrating links, but nobody uses that for a lot of things. But there used to be like wool links back in the day. I think technically the Mark 19's links are not considered disintegrating link belts. They're just, they look like this and they clip onto the rounds like in a series of interlocking teeth. But disintegrating links is pretty much bog standard for the military. But you have pan fed back in the day, pan fed, gravity fed, so just slide down. Drum fed, there are still drum fed machine guns out there. And then after that, you have machine fed, machine loaded, auto loaded, whatever the hell they call it. They're not on disintegrating links. They have an actual machine that pulls them out of basically like a pan and puts them onto like a little belt line that puts it into the gun. That's like, when you get into heavy machine gun, stuff gets fucking crazy. Like they're weird as hell because you actually get to the point where trying to, if you have to have the links falling off of the gun, right? You won't have enough space for the links to go if you're not like flying. It's insanity. I think a bunch of the I think the vast majority of airplane guns are preloaded into like slotted feed systems that are not disintegrating links. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I don't know about exactly everything. The GAU 8, I knew that. I was literally thinking of it.
It's a big bullet. I know that it's a big bullet. I knew that at least. I know that it's a big bullet because it's from what
It is literally, I want to just be clear, it is not like a dog on it. It's a medium-sized bullet. It's a medium-sized round. We don't have, the whole rest of this chart is gone.
Understand it's used for mid to big game, right? It's supposed to just drop it. Like you could take out a moose with that. You go, it's a big boy. You go for like elk, moose. It's not for like if you shot like a squirrel with that, you would explode it. Okay. Because of that, a lot of people were like, either this is not the weapon that was used or this is not the bullet that was used, because there would be an exit wound and that white tent would have turned into a red tent, right? Like there's no exit wound and therefore it's got to be a different gun, right? Or there's just something that's not quite right. Yeah, it was a standard American rifle round during World War II, but they obviously went for smaller rounds.
So this is the other issue too. It's a standard rifle caliber. This is one of the things when you start having like lefties or like anti-gun people who kind of like, the thing is it's not like you're like specifically stupid for being like for gun control or anything, but so many people have a desire to be purposefully, performatively ignorant about firearms to show that they don't like them or don't care about them, that they end up not knowing how to talk about them. And like, this is an important distinction. The round, we don't know what it was. We don't know what the round was. We can't know. Literally, there's so many types of rounds to choose from. It's impossible to know if you don't have the ballistic report from the Federal Bureau of Investigation or whoever the investigative authority is, because they're going to give you the actual bullet that was fired. The caliber is standard. 30-06 is the caliber. That's the width of the barrel. That's the bullet width that goes through it, right? Boom. Everything else is just as critical. The grain of that bullet, the length of it, the type of tip, what it's made out of, all of that can change, and everything changes along with it, which is why I made a big point to show you guys the existence of soft point rounds, right? Those fucking round-headed rounds. And then on top of that, you have hollow points and everything else. All sorts of different rounds do different things. Now, would the fucking 30-06 M designation military round probably have punched through Yeah, more than likely. If I had to guess, if it was a full metal jacket round for military purposes from back in the day, it was probably a high penetration round that would go all the way through. Might not be the case, but it should have been. It would go through, yeah. But also, like, you know, if that was one of the fucking Geneva Conventions, you know, that era, you might have frangible bullets. You might have fucking mercury bullets. Sodium, whatever the fuck. Sodium chloride? I know that's salt, but, like, also it's a different thing, too. Basically exploding fucking touches water when it hits and explodes bullets. There's all, you don't know what was in that tip until the full autopsy and ballistics report comes out. You don't know. The doctor talking about it is not highly valuable when it comes to it unless he's a battlefield surgeon and has seen hundreds of these. Then he could tell you a lot more about it because he's seen them. But like, if you don't see that type of bullet wound very often, you can't speak to it. I know that sounds like mean, but it's really the case. It's like, yeah, you've seen a bunch of fucking people be shot with a 22 LR. You've seen 22 LRs up and down. But then you get introduced to a fucking 308 hitting somebody, and it's a 308 fucking hollow tip. What, like, do you even know? Like, we're like, wow, I've never seen this before. This is incredible. Like, the amount of damage. I'm surprised no one else is hurt. Like, yeah, you've never seen it before. You're shocked. It's a literal, it's a different caliber of wound. You know what I mean?
Once they started, they went for smaller rounds because they had machine guns afterwards. But it's just like, it's got a lot of stopping power, and basically something just doesn't add up with what they were saying. And
does the autopsy? I don't think anybody has seen the autopsy report, as far as I know. I didn't really look for it, but
fusion, considering that Candace Owens has been asking a lot of questions and like claiming that this is actually, you know, claiming that this is Israel, all this stuff. People were trying to quiet down the discontent. Now, even as a not gun guy, you know,
would you count 20 millimeter Orlikons as an HMG or an AA gun? I mean, it's a heavy machine gun that the purpose is anti-air, right? Right, it's AA, right? Like, it's a heavy machine gun. It's just like, that's the class. In my mind, I don't think that there's a different designation. You just go, it's kind of like heavyweight boxing. You know what I mean? Like, kind of after a certain, that's all that shit. That's what heavy is. It's huge. And then it's what you use it for, right? So, like, you can have anti-aircraft guns that are actually just normally anti-personnel guns. You just, like, you know, fucking coaxial them into a, like, some sort of, like, unique shooting configuration. You know, the machine gun that's on a, it's a 240 variant. I think it's like a 240, like, M240 Foxtrot or something like that. Actually, fuck me. I think it's actually an M240 Echo. I can't remember exactly. But it's basically the M240 receiver, but it's connected to the coaxial turret group of an M1 Abrams tank. Like, what is that, anti-armor? Is that anti-personnel? Is that plinking? You know, it's a medium machine gun built into a tank, right? It's kind of like the purpose is not relative to the size, because you could have an anti-aircraft gun. You know, like if I have you know, a 240 like set built into a fucking, you know, biplane or whatever, is then an anti-aircraft gun if I use it in anti-aircraft fights. And, you know, that's like the purpose. The size is really all that matters when it comes to this, and it's just kind of like a caliber. Everything, in my opinion, past a certain caliber is heavy machine guns.
Thought maybe the bullet somehow got, like, you know, just like penetrated his body and got stuck in there somewhere, just like blew up his bones or something, right? But they came out with a statement from his bestie, not his bestie, like Andrew Korvat or whatever. Does anyone have that actual Twitter link? Because he came out and made this release. Gun guys are not even in any
Charlie
way,
is
shape,
the
or form
tank gun?
taking this. They are not. They saw this. Andrew Colvin comes out, Christian, proud husband and father, TPUSA spokesman, comes out and says, I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize. This is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with a surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said the bullet absolutely should have gone through, which is very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it.
A moose or two is crazy. 30-06. A moose from a good shot. It, like, you have to be it's a fucking moose. It's not like, you know, too small. I think this is where I was going like, wait, what the fuck did this guy just say? Like, a moose has a lot of ass on it, right? Bullets can overpenetrate, but like you have to tie those two moose together. And I still think the second one, you might not get all that. It's not that fucking strong of a round. It's a 30-06. Like, let's fucking take the temperature down. If it was that good of a round, they wouldn't have made new ones. They wouldn't have needed a 308 or a 300 fucking Win Mag or a 383 or a fucking intervention fucking goofy ass whatever the fuck that thing was. I just read it a second. 338 Lapua. You wouldn't need all that shit because you would be good enough. Oh, we figured it out. Fucking 2 moose. It could kill 1 moose, maybe 2 moose Mises. Mises in pieces, that's what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't have 30-06. You can shoot 15, 16 moose with it. Even a small one gets in there, it would go right through it. It's a big round to blow your lungs out, just like Joe Biden said. Like, it's kind of crazy to see, like, Republicans coming out of here and putting out, like, the Joe Biden, like, 9mm, blow your lungs out, man. I know in my heart what he meant to say is something like a 9mm fucking hydroshock style hollow point will collapse your lung. But that's the point. Once you say it that crazy, the gun people are just like, always there's one that's excited about that specific thing and they know it. You're like, oh yeah, smokeless powder in 1918. They're like, smokeless powder was invented in 1920. And now someone's freaking out, getting ready to take gun cotton and nitrocellulose manufacture. They're losing their shit down here.
Mentioned this to the doctor that there were dozens of staff students and special students directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent. He replied, "It was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the Man of Steel."
He had the best bones. God blessed Charlie Kirk with the thickest bones. He had a lot of thick bones in him. He was a thick boy. He had a very strong bone structure. I saw it. I shook his hand one time. I said, wow, that's heavy. I would like to turn you into a series of wonderful pens. You would be great for Scrimshaw, but of course we're not going to do that. We're not barbarians. He had thick, beautiful bones. The thickest, most beautiful bones I've ever seen. God damn it, dude.
Could have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. Remarkable, miraculous. Okay, in the most charitable interpretation, let's just say there is a little bit of embellishment, okay? Because the least charitable interpretation is all of this is a lie and it wasn't a 30-06 and it was a totally separate guy and now you're looking at like a second shooter theory or whatever. That's the least charitable interpretation. The most charitable interpretation of this assessment is that he's just like greatly exaggerating. And I don't know. I just don't, I don't know what could have actually happened. But I will say if it's a 30-06, it does, I guess the most charitable interpretation is that his body did stop the bullet somehow. And it didn't have an exit wound because it like snapped on his spine or something. But the fact that he...
Did it even hit his spine or cervical vertebrae? What is this doctor talking about? First off, I don't even know if the doctor said that. I don't know I didn't look up any of that extra shit. I just wanted to talk about whether or not the specific round could or couldn't do that because that's all I needed to know. Is like that's fine. If a bullet is just under the skin of a lot of parts of your body, maybe you'll be fine. But if it's just under the skin of your neck, all of this is very important. Like your carotid artery is just like right down there. Your jugular vein, if it made it into the skin of your neck, like it did something after it hit. If it didn't go any further than that, it probably used all of the parts of your neck that were holding themselves together to do stuff like move your head and transfer blood around to slow itself down and probably fucking annihilated those structures and then just stayed there.
Also claims that it just barely scratched the surface. Like it just only hit his neck and they found it right underneath his skin, like just beneath his skin. That
God, this is also as crazy. Like he didn't say it just scratched him. It went into his neck. A bullet passed through your body and into it. You are now in gunshot wound territory. Like this is the issue. Is people just don't understand what the fuck a gunshot wound is. I don't know if the doctor found all of the bullet. He found the bullet. If the doctor is not a combat trauma specialist, there's every possibility that the guy didn't know what else to find. And if Charlie Kirk was dead, there's not really that much of an issue to go. But I don't know if this was the full autopsy that was done. They were saying that this was his surgeon, like, that was working on him. And that guy might have found a gigantic chunk of fucking bullet. But if you found this much bullet in a 38 or 308 or a 300, 30-06, whatever, if you found that much bullet, which is a lot of bullet to find, you still have all of the rest of it to dig out. And you might not be able to see it, and it might not be worth what you might have to do, which is cut somebody's entire fucking neck open completely, like literally exploded, in order to get all the pieces out. If you don't know anything about bullet wounds, I've known a few people that have suffered through them. They leave the bullet in you very often because it's impossible to get out. It blows you apart when you get hit. There's actually literally a gaseous chamber of force bursting you apart, in which explosions can happen. I'm not even like the little mantis shrimp, pop, pop. And that bullet does that. It causes little bombs to go off inside those cavitations, they call them. Pressure. You have explosions happening inside you. You just don't see it because it's instantaneous. It's usually represented by a chunk of blood and stuff flying out from outside of you. If those forces, the bullet's not magic. It doesn't have like gas in it. It has already expended all of its energy. All of the energy that can make it go anywhere is behind it, hundreds of meters in this case. Once it hits you, it's fucking basic physics. Object in motion stays in motion until it hits an equal or opposite force. The bullet's own fucking pressure cavity can slow it down if it's designed. If it, like a parachute, expands, it's hitting its own force as it enters something. Think of the air inside of a fucking tennis ball hitting the back wall of a tennis ball as the front wall of the tennis ball hits a wall. Pink, pink. All right, we have pressure, and then it bounces back, right? It's like, no. Bullet have to work like video game. It is straight line. It work like video game. No, it work like physics, bitch. Ballistics. Ball. Ballistics is the study of balls. And anything a ball can do, a bullet can and will do, including ricochet off soft material, because at 3,000 feet per second, the fluid inside the human body is not fluid in the way that you think of it. It's as hard as like fucking the water that you hit if you jump off a bridge. It's like this. That's why some of them are pointed, so they go deep. If it's ball shape, it hits like this, right? You literally have the material catching, and as it shatters, more catches. And this thing deforms and goes flat like this. It can do that. Now, that pressure is what's actually the bullet's supposed to do. The bullet's not supposed to just draw a hole through you, okay? If it's not that kind of bullet. And it will fucking push all of that like this. Whop, whop. And it could stop it. I think specifically those rounds are designed for that to happen. So it's like, yeah, the bullet stopped. But, you know, like that physics, balls, you guys remember? Your favorite toy at fucking Spencer's Gifts or whatever, not Spencer's Gifts, oh God. At fucking like EB Toys, what is the first physics lesson you all learn? It's a fucking series of 5 literal balls on strings. Hey, you guys want to see the fucking law of motion? Watch. What? Plick, plack, plick, plack. And then you go, so wait. But how can the bullet transition the energy like your experiment, Tyler, if it does not hit 4 additional bullets? I think we're hit. No, it hits you, and if the force disperses the correct way, it pushes you into you at the same rate it got hit minus X, right? With an exponential bleed off, whatever the fuck physics. That's how, boom, boom, boom. It's physics. Ballistics. Anything a ball can do, a bullet can, will, and probably is designed to do. That's why they call them ball rounds. It's ballistics. throw it. Bounces, goes through stuff, changes space, deviates, deforms, the shape changes, all that sort of stuff. It's like, it's just physics. And not only can it, absolutely it can happen. Especially if it's designed to deform that way. And if it's not designed to deform that way, it won't. Like, it just, I don't know. It just drives me crazy. Bullets stopped, internal organs did not. Yes. Inelastic collision? Okay. Maybe.
Does not make sense. That just simply did not happen. And I'm not the only one who's not buying it. It seems Alex Jones is not buying it either.
Bullets are hit
TPUSA
scan, yeah.
reporting that Charlie Kirk was shot by a magic bullet. TPUSA spokesman Andrew Colvin is now officially claiming that a high caliber rifle designed for moose hunting did not shoot all the
designed for moose hunting is crazy. I'm done. I was done. I had to cover this. My perspective or understanding: bullets are designed to make surgery hard to repair because it's designed to pierce and damage organs and arteries, veins. Not quite. So what bullets do is they pierce, right? Arrows are sort of like the original behind it, right? Arrows pierce. Bullets can pierce and they can puncture and penetrate, right? But we found out way back in the day with lead rounds that you have way worse things that happen when hot lead deforms in the air and hits somebody. It's actually one of the reasons we have jacketed rounds, is because shooting straight lead at people is fucking demonic. If you go back to like the fucking age of sail, they used to fire square honks of lead at people, just raw shot. And what happens is the shot would travel like this, and when it hits you within microseconds, it would go like this, plop, and it actually wouldn't penetrate deep into the body. Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't, but very often it wouldn't penetrate into the body. What would happen was the hot lead would splat like this against you in microseconds and literally liquefy all of your cells because of the sheer force of that impact being translated into them. And it would just disintegrate you. And the wounds were like incomprehensibly, insanely bad. And it was just like relentless amputations and stuff because the wounds were not clean. And if it did go, it would spread and go all fucking nuts. Like the start of bullets, they were fucking way crazier than they are now. And that same thing happens. Bullets are not designed to be wounding. Like, especially so. Bullets are just designed to carry the physical force of an explosion into another person that's not next to the explosion. That's all they do. They transmit the newtons that are held in the chemical energy of X amount of grains of gunpowder. They translate it through space into another body. That's what they do. That's it. Now, there's bullets that have been designed to be wounding bullets. They all work not as good because the most functional thing you can do is just send as tightly, densely packed a chunk of fucking material as there is through space in a way that bleeds off the smallest amount of energy to transmit all of that energy into the other body. That's what it does. We found that the transmission of that explosive energy makes it so that when it hits something else, it basically is like that explosion happened inside of them. That's what it does. It translates this explosion inside the powder cartridge here into you. Because by Newton's laws of literal physics, once that energy has been not permitted to fucking expand and dissipate into the chamber because the chamber is too hard, when it moves this thing that's getting thrown, minus the heat of gases and a few other fucking novel forces, it carries all of that energy. It has been excited with all of that energy, and as it transmits itself through space, it carries all of the power of an explosion into you. If the bullet itself is stronger than all of the material it hits at that size, it will maintain its shape and go through you because you are harder than the bullet. If the bullet is not harder than you, then when it hits, the force will dissipate into the bullet itself. So it'll explode, right? You can fucking fine tune all of these things, and that's where like weapons development comes from. But when it hits you, even if it goes through you, everything that it hits, it translates that energy to. Transfers. Boom, whomp. And so it will it will put explosion into you. Whap! And it'll push out into your body as though a bomb went off in you. literally, because the physical force of that is hitting you and it's sharing it, path of least resistance. The things inside of you that are softest and most full of water and densest will absorb the most amount of energy, which usually happens to be your blood vessels and your organs. And so it'll go bwop, and it'll cause a big explosion inside of you and collapse. There's nothing you could do to design a bullet to not do that aside from taking it out. The fundamental purpose of a bullet does that. There's nothing nefarious about it. It's the cruel, banal causality of literal physics at play. That's it. There's nothing like novel or interesting. It's just, what do you do with the other ones? You just design them so that when they explode in sensible ways, or you design it to be X amount of softness relative to certain types of material. Really, all of gun science at the impact level just boils down to materials science. What are we hitting, and what are we hitting it with, and how hard? And do we want it to blow up, or do we want this thing to blow up? And if we want this thing to blow up, do we want to do it here? Do we want to do it there? Do we want to do it there? And like, it's all math after that. Like, really what you're just seeing is the cruel nature of just a extraordinarily simplistic physical phenomena, which is the transfer of energy from one body to another. That's all you're actually seeing. You couldn't make it safer. Like, you can't change it. It's not like that's kind of the thing about it. It would always have ended up like this. It wasn't like someone's like, oh, what can we do? Da 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 da. And it's just like, I want to explode somebody, but I don't want to be next to them because they'll move away from it, or they might hit me. So what are you gonna do? Like, well, I'm gonna make this explosion force hit them there. How are you gonna do it? Bomb in tube, send thing that has all of the bomb energy in it at person minus travel time, and that's it. Ballistics. The simplistic cruelty of the universe at play. The same force that is in meteors and leaves craters is the exact same force that damages the human body when a bullet hits it. It is indistinguishable aside from material science. That's just, it's fundamentals. That's why it's kind of cool in a weird way.
Way through Charlie Kirk's neck, then it only gets worse. He then goes on to claim that no bullet was found inside of Charlie's neck. TPUSA, in the statement below, goes on to say that Charlie... Wait, I don't know why he says no bullet was found in his neck. He did say that. Does Alex Jones not know how to read? TPUSA, in the statement below, goes on to say that Charlie was Superman, and that's why the bullet didn't go through his neck and disappeared, claiming that the Easter Bunny is real, has more credibility. God help us. Oh my God, he was so angry to make a car video that he just forgot how to read.
Okay. I've been telling everybody, wait till we have evidence of an inside job or a cover-up. That's all I've been saying.
Oh, we got to look.
Killing people, Tranafil, all that's a real...
If you haven't been following, we've got to see. I think he said Alex likes to film from the parking lot of his liquor store. He goes to the same liquor store in Austin, I guess, fairly constantly. So I caught him there when he's eulogizing Charlie Kirk. We got to see if there's a chiropractor over his right shoulder. He's there.
Real. But now...
I think he's facing it.
The spokesperson for TPUSA just posted 2 hours ago.
Bro,
that looks like
he's
the building.
Driving 40 miles down the freeway or in a parking lot, you know he's going to keep swapping hands.
I'm 99% sure he's just parked facing the liquor store. He's at the liquor store again. Dude, he's definitely at his liquor store again.
Relevant to the conversation, but I do think that he has a style guide in the way that he does these car videos, and he loves swapping hands.
Kirk. They talked to the coroner.
Kirk wasn't made of steel? No.
And that Charlie Kirk was shot with a 30-06 in the left side of his neck, the carotid artery. And that he's a man of steel. And that the bones in his neck that are like chicken bones stopped a bullet that travels 2,500 feet a second out of the barrel at 200 yards, depending on the grain of the...
That's a small bullet. No, 30-06 is well in excess of 3,000. I think the smaller size of 30-06 was like 3,500 feet per second at 200 yards. And that was like 180 grain.
Cartridge and the rest of it probably hit him at 1,900 feet per second. I've shot dogs at 5.
He's crazy off. We did it. We actually looked at the tables. I don't know why he's just guessing. That's such a hard guess to make. You would have to know the exact round and stuff. But also, that's real small. Yeah, no. It probably hit him. I think I literally just looked at the tables right around in the ballpark of 3,100 feet per second.
100 yards, 30 on 6.
I got kind of a deep voice. I
Tiny hole,
can just
blows
guess.
a 4-inch hole out the other side. We're talking 2 feet of a hog. Boom. Hit him in the head, brain completely blows up. They just said he got shot with a 30-06, and that it didn't go through, and it gets better. I'll post this on top of his tweet. That they didn't find a bullet. He says he talked to the coroner. This is a spokesperson.
They did, though. Like, the tweet does say they found the bullet. They just found the bullet under the skin. Leave it up to Alex Jones to look at a situation where it's, like, perfectly ready for a conspiracy to fuck it up somehow still. My man is missed a step, dude. He is no longer the man he used to be. This is not the same Alex Jones that in the morning of 9/11 was like, Israel did this. I know Israel did this. I know it in my heart.
For TPUSA. So I don't jump on things till I have evidence.
Like, once again, also not true. Literally, 9/11, the day it was happening, Alex Jones went on television and said, it was Israel. I know it was Israel. So the idea that he doesn't actually jump on loose threads is crazy.
And I talked to the White House 2 days ago, high-level sources. They said, no, the cover-up's on. All the accomplices, the training for people, 6 of them that were online the day before said he'll be dead tomorrow. They're not investigating it. They've been told loan gun and shut it down.
This rifle
So,
barrel 6 inches
I'm not
long,
even pro
1900 FPS.
I never said it could have not been a false flag or a setup. I just simply said, when I see evidence, I'll cover it. And I certainly couldn't, before his body was cold, say Israel did it with no evidence. Israel was definitely.
Bro, it is pretty wild that every school shooting that takes place is a psyop so that the libtard Bilderberg group wokes can take away your guns, looked at a high-profile assassination of a friend and immediately didn't rush to those conclusions. That's why I'm like so suspicious about these guys, like the Nick Fuentes of the world and the Alex Jones of the world. Because like, when is it not Israel for these dudes? You know what I mean? Like, for many of these guys, it's always the Jews. For every
So wait, I'm like, I think I'm a little bit off. I'm trying to focus on the gun statements, and then when the non-gun statements go away, I've been tracking out. But I could be wrong. Is Hassan disappointed that Alex Jones is not pursuing it was Jews? Is he a little miffed that Alex Jones is not running down I think it was Israel? I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm actually a little bit confuddled here. I should have been paying more attention.
The one time it happens, you're like, actually, this time it's not. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, I'm the guy who says, yeah, hold on, maybe it's not Israel. Not these guys. It just shocked me to my core, you know?
Really pissed off at him and does stuff like that, so maybe Israel did it. But I will not sit there until I have evidence. But now this is retarded, people.
He's red for an amazing reason. Dan Henschel.
I mean, I shot a buffalo with a 308. That's weaker than a 30-06, but somewhere around.
.308, 180 grain pressure table. Ballistic charts, ammo.com, ammo.com. 150. Let's just get down into fucking Remy's. So it's like made by the same company at least. Remington, you have to make a fucking 308, right? LMNOPQR. S&B Winchester, ballistic, silver tip, 168. Let's see. Yeah, 308 is generally way lower foot pounds, it seems. Am I looking at the right thing? 308 ballistics, Winchester Deer Season XP, 150 grain, 168 grain, 168 grain, 120 grain, 150 grain. We're not clearing. Oh, subsonic. I was like, why the fuck did that go to 461? What the fuck? Yeah, we're not really clearing 3K here with the 308. I guess it is smaller. Winchester White Box 76251 M80 149 grain FMJ ballistics. Velocity 2790, energy 2575 foot pounds. The drop is negligible. That's hard for me to do. All of these grains are way lighter though. They're way lower grain, but they have a whole fuckload of energy. for being considerably lower. This is where ballistics gets fucking like way outside of my ability to fucking like follow shit. UMC Remington 150 grain elevation. Rifles, Scar 17, 1A, Winchester popular. 30-06 would perform admirably through 2 world wars. New cartridge closely mimic ballistics with 30-06 would fit into a short action. Advancements of power case technology. 38 cartridge sees watchword on top was extremely successful in civilian markets. Such 308 is perhaps one of the most popular hunting rounds on the market thanks to extreme versatility and ability to hit targets at 1K. In the hands of capable marksman. Best way to stock up on cheap ammo is buy 308 bulk ammo pages. Okay, thank you for selling that. Elk, black bear, and caribou, mostly from versatility, relatively low cost, low recoil for 30, and ability. Yeah, so it has less. It's a softer round overall, but it's still about as effective on target. That's where it gets difficult. I'm not even gonna get into it. It's the messenger message thing. It's not power scaling necessarily, basically. So like, yeah, the round has less power, but it maintains it. Trajectory, it's a whole fucking thing. I would say probably it hits less hard overall. But not by a way that's hyper significant. Like I said before, over 1,000 is what matters. Like, I don't know what the fucking classification. Let me see what the foot pounds for a 50 is, so I can actually get real scaling. I'm too close side to side here. 50 BMG table. Can I see the table? 10 rounds of 660 grain. Jesus fucking Christ. No, I need 50 BMG. 50 BMG ammo table. Okay, there we go. Oh god, that's fucking eye bleed. There we go. Yeah, so like when you get to 50 FMJ, grain 660, your muzzle energy foot pound is 11,000. Muzzle velocity feet per second, still like right around the same though, 2,940. So I think they just want to maintain that. Why is that so low? Interesting. So yeah, I don't think it's like a huge difference, right? Like I just know that the good figure is usually at 1K is what you need for penetration. So I don't think it's going to be basically like the difference between 1 and 3 is so extreme that you like start seeing things just explode like fucking crazy and stuff. You have to get like way fucking higher than that with like way bigger rounds. Like it really isn't like big tiers. I don't think that's much of a trade-off. I don't think it's a valuable consideration, and I guess the military doesn't either because it was right around the same. That was the replacement round.
Through a bull buffalo. More reports coming on this, folks. We're being lied to. This is a cover-up.
Apparently, he also added a correction.
All right, about an hour ago, while I was literally driving,
183.08 from a 24 barrel, but like 2,600
Andrew
FPS.
Colvett, the main official spokesperson for TV USA, who I met before, who's a great guy, the Liberty mover for over a decade, had said that he talked to the coroner, and he's called me. I'm about to call him, so I'll give an update. And that
see, this is the thing where I'm like, I don't trust anybody reporting on this right now. This is like one of the most poisoned reporting wells that's existed in my life. I have heard major outlets, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the governor of fucking Utah, who are like some of the major like connection points to the facts of the matter in this, just say, I heard from somebody so many different times. And it's like, how, like, are we have entered the Taylor Lorenz era of fucking reportage where it's just like, hey, yeah, I heard it from a guy. What the fuck do you mean? Like, yeah, somebody close to it was saying a thing and like they said it and then people try to turn that into like, no, but he was right. Like, yeah, that one time, but I still don't know until I know. So I'm going to still maintain well, if you didn't prove it, I don't know if I can listen to you. Like, what the fuck? And it's been like that with everything. And it started off with Kash Patel literally just being 100% inaccurate that they caught the guy because he was watching fucking Fox News and reported on Fox News as saying someone was arrested as the like fucking head of the FBI. It's been fucking crazy. So I have no idea what the fuck is going on with any of this stuff, which is why I wanted to stick to the facts I can discuss, which is just relative to that caliber and that kind of impact and what is and isn't true of bullets, which is what I went over at the beginning of this segment.
Shot from the front in the left with 30-06, as we've been told, and that he was a man of steel, they said, and it bounced off the neck bones. And I misread the report saying that they didn't find the bullet. No, they said they found the bullet, which is even more insane. So I'm not demonizing TPUSA.
That's not even more insane.
That's
That is
the corner. But
them not finding the bullet if there wasn't a pass through is actually like unironically crazy. That's like ice bullet theory. What the fuck? It's actually more crazy that they found the thing that he got hit with where it was supposed to be. That's actually even crazier. I don't know. This is another thing that comes up. I should just talk about it for 2 seconds. I don't even think Charlie Kirk was wearing body armor. I don't know. I can't say 100% whether or not he was. I think I already went over this a little bit earlier in the program. But if he was not wearing anything in the remote ballpark of something that would be needed to full-on fucking ricochet something like it was a fucking Donald Duck movie up into his neck. Not that would be impossible. It would just have to be a fucking thick ass chunk of something, really high. You would see it. It wouldn't be somewhere you have to go like, okay, let me see here and there. I was a machine gunner. I have seen 308 rounds hit metal a lot. A lot. And it is obvious that it happened. It has to be it has to punch through like aluminum, like fucking car body aluminum. If it is something thick enough for the round to bounce off of, like a chunk of rolled steel or fucking like stock iron, something like that, it fucking explodes because it's metal hitting other metal at 2,600 fucking feet per second. It goes, it's a big, brilliant chunk of light because there's a fucking explosion, because that's what happens when metal hits other metal real quick. We know this from fundamental physics. There's literally a Vinesauce Vinny short. If I hit these together at the size of the world, not that I could, you can see that when they strike together, they create a small explosion. Guess what happens when you hit a piece of metal in the fucking front of a bullet? It's real skinny. Same fucking thing. Only it's hitting it just only the third of the strength of Vinesauce Vinny. Vsauce, whatever.
I'm not a sniper. I'm not a Delta Force guy. I'm not a Navy SEAL. But I've shot hundreds of wild hogs, hundreds of deer. Been hunting. First year I shot was when I was 6 years old. And I know that I've shot a lot of stuff with 30-06, 300 Win mags, you name it. These are high-power rifle rounds that come out over 2,000 feet per second, 200 yards.
300 Win mag is in a different. That's a bit of a different round. 300 Win mag has a little more ass to it than a fucking 308. Hold on. What a 300 Win mag table. Ballistics table for a 300 Win mag. Yeah, 300 Win mag at 150 grain is about 1,000 feet per second heavier. God damn, that's a strong fucking round. That actually does have rise to it. I misread the chart earlier. Wow. Dude, 300 Win mag is a bad motherfucker of a bullet, as a matter of fact. That is a flat trajectory. 7 total inches of drop at 300 meters. That's fucking nuts.
It's probably going 1,800 feet per second. It doesn't bounce off things. It goes right through things. And if it hits just flesh or even gelatin in those tests they do in shooting, or a wet phone book, it opens up in flesh like this. And if it's a bone, it explodes and pieces go everywhere. So the idea, it's even more insane.
Dude, you can't even get the 300 Win mag underneath 2K under 300 fucking
That's official. I read the
yards.
statement, not just the press reports got it wrong.
God damn.
But I got it right that it went.
Dog, you didn't even get the press reports that were wrong. You got the immediate tweet that you were quote retweeting wrong. Because the immediate tweet that you were quote retweeting literally said that the bullet was recovered just off the neck and it just only pierced the skin. The bullet was just beneath the skin.
In and didn't go out the back there.
Fucking 300 Win mag specs. I'm just like, oh, motherfucker. That is a very beautiful Gansk. Oh my God.
Claiming from the coroner, according to the TPUSA spokesperson that talked to the coroner. And then
hold on. Sorry, stack it. Wait, ice bullet. Can you shoot ice with gunpowder? Because with my limited knowledge, I don't believe you can. No, you cannot. I think Mythbusters could barely even get it to fire out of a air cannon. Ice bullet theory is an ancient conspiracy. I think ice bullet is a JFK assassination theory. I could be wrong, but it was massively a part of popular culture pretty much up until Mythbusters busted it. But it was like a way to like kill somebody with a bullet that would like disintegrate, which we already have bullets that do that. You could always just shoot at somebody with birdshot and accomplish literally they'll never be able to figure out it came from whatever unless they find you with it. But I mean, the guy that has the ice bullets is probably going to be as obvious as the guy that has birdshot and a shotgun. You know what I mean? Pretty much all shot firing guns, you have to do an extremely expensive metallurgy test to match the metal to the gun that it comes from, if you can even do it. As opposed to bullets, because they scrape the inside of standard rifled bullets, scrape the inside of the barrel, and so the rifling and the imperfections on the barrel can be replicated with a shot fire test. But you can't do that with shot, which is little pellets.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you can shoot an old refrigerator or an old truck or whatever with a 30-06, and it'll shoot through usually both sides of the doors right through the whole truck. I mean.
That is because, though, a refrigerator is really fucking thin aluminum and insulation, and a truck is really thin aluminum and no insulation very often. A truck has nothing to it except for the engine block. You're not shooting through the engine block. You're not probably shooting through the brake pads or the rims. But if you shoot through the body of a car bodies aren't made of steel anymore like they were in the 1970s and 60s and 50s and shit, where they're built like fucking tanks. You can shoot through any car on the market. For Toyota Tundra, your fucking Rivian, Cybertruck, it doesn't matter. You can shoot through a Cybertruck with a fucking 9mm. I know I've seen people shoot through it with an FN57, which was asking for it in the first place. But they're not that.
Wow.
That's
Anybody
not enough metal.
So I'm not some ballistic.
That is not anywhere near enough metal to stop something. It's very skinny. It's a very thin amount of metal. And it's not as much material as a human or an animal. If you shoot through two pieces of metal that are both like sub a millimeter thick, fractions of a millimeter thick, they're not going to bleed off that energy. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to if you shoot like, a fucking pool full of water, you're not going to punch through all of that water. Like, wait. But the water is softer than metal. Like, yeah, water is softer than metal at the speed you are traveling at. When you approach times and speeds that are getting closer and closer to what we call Planck length, then water gets very hard. At a certain speed, water is indiscernible and even stronger than its solid form of ice. It is so fucking hard at a certain speed that it is basically harder than metal, which you can see because you shoot the water with something that's strong enough, the metal will deform when it hits the water. How is that possible? I thought water was harder than metal. Physics, ho! Carl Sagan owns you, bitch!
Six expert, none of that stuff.
And we are mostly water, yes.
The bullet goes all the way through. Very rarely does a high-powered rifle not go through. And a small hole on one side and a huge 4-inch hole on the other. So, and if it's a bone, it just explodes. And I've butchered deer, you name it, you see where it's a bone, it just goes everywhere, and there's pieces of bullet everywhere. And it still blows out the other side, pieces of it. So I'm not saying TPUSC is bad. They're not the corner. I'm just saying what this corner is saying, that a 30-06 bullet goes in. That's even more insane. Didn't find the bullet. I was wrong about that. No, right under the surface. It's just man of steel, titanium neck, all of this.
I guess technically they didn't say which skin they found the bullet in. You know what I mean? Like they implied that it was like right at the skin of his neck, but maybe they found it in another part of his body just beneath the skin. Who knows? It bounced around.
I know Trantifa's out there. I know they're attacking. I know the left, the Podesta plan wants all this terror. But I saw no evidence of Israel involved still.
I know Trantifa's out there. It's still Trantifa, but it's also maybe Israel. I got a new theory. Israel is working alongside Trantifa.
Any of this. But I am seeing this now. This is crazy. So I'm going to call Andrew and talk to him, and I'll give you an update on that. And it's just what he's being told, so don't blame him. But this is crazy. Absolutely
It's
crazy.
absolutely
It
fucking
makes
insane.
folds even crazier.
It's crazy.
Find a bullet.
Did he unironically say Trantifa? No, that's like, that is the meta now. I need you to understand. That is the thing that they believe is happening. They think it's not enough that we got
Trantifa
but
sounds
they're
cool
also
as fuck. Can I just
transgender,
say
okay?
that
That is-
Trantifa sounds based, and we need to fucking hold on to that. Taking Trantifa away from the right and owning it is probably the most based shit you're gonna do. Like, yeah, I'm part of fucking Trantifa. Yeah, watch out. Trantifa's about to come in here and fucking redecorate your whole fucking cabeza. God damn.
low key what this admin is pushing for. That is the new meta from this admin, and that is of course the new meta not only from this admin but also all of the loyal servants, the propagandists, the mouthpieces for the administration, Alex
is
Jones
boring
and
now.
everyone else alike.
Is that it was there intact, like on the stretcher when Kennedy got shot, the magic bullet. No, if it hit a bone like they say and bounced off, it would have shattered and not been in some hole in the front. It'd have been a huge when it shattered, completely gone out. Tell me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't see how I'm wrong.
Anyway, so the reason why I started off with this is because, and before people go, why are you?
And just to summarize, if you're starting late, I'll tell you exactly how he's wrong. Okay, first off, the overpenning through a target is all based on what's in between how much material you're going through. Because the angle is down for the shooter, which we established way earlier, the angle of the shooter's down and Charlie Kirk is leaning forward. The bullet trajectory's dispersion path, once it hits the physical body, is not through to the other side of his neck, but actually down into his body. I don't know and don't trust anything anyone's saying until I see a full autopsy report released. But this is fucking Alex Jones half remembering tweets he already got wrong, so who the fuck knows? But it's completely possible that a fucking standard ballooning hunting round hit Charlie Kirk and went straight down into the top of him because of the angle, the extremely high angle of the shooter relative to him on the ground and his forward leaning posture, right? It just together, even though they're not hyper extreme, when they align like that, you know what I mean? He's instead of like this to this, right? We'll say this is Charlie Kirk and this is the trajectory. It's not hitting like this. This trajectory is like that, and Charlie Kirk is slightly leaned forward. So at this point, we naturally are going to want to go down and in as the path of least resistance because all of those pathways inside of your body are directed up into your head and down back into your torso. So it's hyper possible that, yeah, there's actually some serious over-penetration, but the penetration was through the top of his lung and down his fucking asshole. Like, you have no idea. Like, it's impossible. It's the hardest thing to deal with gunshot wounds is figuring out what in the fuck hit somebody and how to stop them from bleeding. Like, this is basic combat lifesaver course stuff. It's not highly complex. It's like, okay, if you find one bullet hole, see if you can find another one. You might not, and you might. I don't know where this bullets always over penetrate come from. It runs counter to everything I learned in the military about like how to treat gunshot wounds, which was relatively important with going to Iraq. Being able to mitigate the damage from a fucking 7.62 caliber fucking bullet wound from a Dragunov, which hit a bunch of our guys and they lived, and they were getting hit actually in the same fucking place as Kirk. And it went fucking, down, this way, that way, all that kind of shit. But if they were getting hit with military rounds and they were deep penning instead of a fucking hunting round that fucking ballooned and fucking chunked them inside, they probably would have made it. Some of the guys fucking died anyway. Top down clavicle shot. It's a good fucking shot. And I think a lot of them, the bullet stayed in them. It penetrated down in.
I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat go, why are you bringing this up? Who cares about the bullet or whatever? Well, one, it's relevant to figuring out exactly what took place. Obviously, it's relevant to the investigation. It's relevant to the official narrative, but it's also something that right-wingers will absolutely care about. Do you see what I mean? It's absolutely something that right-wingers find to be very relevant and very important, specifically because they know about this stuff a lot better than people on the left do. Sure, people on the left like their guns too, liberals like their guns too, but like the right does have kind of a monopoly status on gun tuber shit, right? So you got a lot of people who are hearing this official narrative come out and going, I can totally see a lot of gun tubers and a lot of right wingers like gun guys looking at this stuff and being like, this actually made me even more suspicious than I was before. I know that, I guess, like, especially among Christians, like this whole Charlie was an exceptional human being and therefore his neck bones were like way stronger than the average person's or whatever. It might be able to convince some people, but I think all the gun sexuals are going to look at that and go, there is is no way, especially because they do have a proclivity towards conspiratorial narratives anyway. Like a grand narrative is something that these guys do like. So I can see that. I can see a lot of like ex-military guys and a lot of ammo-sexuals, gun-sexuals looking at this and being like, nope. Here's what a 30-06 does to a ballistic shell head, by the way.
So today on Dual Liberty Firearms, we're going to be showing you what a 30-06.
Yeah, look.
Which one?
A lot of guys that make videos like this are going to be like, nope. That is one of the most insane things, dude. Like, that is, can we even, dude, it turns into mist, brother. It turns into mist. Now, I don't know what the range is here. Yeah, look, see? Gun tubers are testing out the ballistic theories. Which, again, this isn't even a gel, so this one kind of sucks. I'm going to be honest.
Here's the thing, too. This is the issue with the fucking lefties have ceded all the territory. It's not that these guys are doing it. Who gives a fuck? It's that I've told you why this isn't a good way to replicate it. You need to know what fucking bullet he was using, because you can't use an FMJ if he's using a soft point. You can't use a soft point if he's using an FMJ. If he's using a hollow point, if he had carved the thing up and fucking trimmed the top of it off with some fucking, with some wire cutters and sanded it down, or if he had his own match load, you have to replicate the shot. You have to have the bullet first. Before you have the gun, you have to have the bullet. Because it's going to change. Everyone knows that. That's why we have ammunition tables. I even knew to look it up. What grain was it? What's the fucking caliber? What's the distance? What's the angle? Yeah, you shoot if you shoot a fucking gel dummy that's fixed to a table in the head with goddamn near anything heavier than a fucking 45 ACP, it's going to fucking blow the goddamn head apart, because fucking goddamn dead skull, if it was even a real skull in the first place, inside gel. It's close, but no cigar. Do you know what I mean? Like, even like skin and stuff, it's built different. You can jam your fucking finger in ballistic gel. You cannot jam your finger through a fucking human face. It blows up because it looks cool. And I don't even know if that guy made the gel the right way. You know what I mean? Like, it's not scientific, obviously. But even still, I've told you how the necessary experiment to replicate is the 130 meters or 145 meters from that angle with that round and that rifle at that angle. Then you can see if it works or not. Everything else is moot. If it's further, if it's closer, if it's a higher angle or a lower angle, a different direction, it all changes your ability to replicate the actual shot. So like going out and saying like, I have a 38, now if I shoot a 38, it's something in a completely different way, a different thing happens. It's like, yeah, well, fucking duh, Gomer. Me and you, I'll tell you what, you ever seen what a 308 can do to Tannerite? Come on, watch some rock and roll, baby. We're gonna rip and run. I don't even know if fucking Hassan knows what Tannerite is. And this is the problem, is you can't counter narratives or even start to break them down if you just don't have even a fundamental knowledge of this stuff. You don't even have to be like hyper passionate. You just have to be like interested in learning enough to go like, what is that even possible? Like, he doesn't even consider the possibility. He's like, yeah, these guys are just gonna do conspiracy theories. He's not even trying to look up fundamental facts about this. He's so stupid. He doesn't have anything better to do. That's the important part. He just like listened to Alex Jones talk, and now he's like, yeah, watch, these guys are on these videos. They're just doing stuff. What the fuck good is this analysis? It just drives me up the fucking wall.
The gel ones are my favorite. Like on the live fire demonstrations.
Roll Tide!
That's crazy. Why do you have a child doll that you can shoot at any given moment? That's odd. If you don't have a ballistic gel dummy, I don't want to see it. Those things.
What? It's because he's... okay. I'll tell you exactly why he has that. I'm going to guess. If that gun tuber... Someone tagged that gun tuber, whoever the fuck it is. I'm not looking up. Tag him, literally tag him in this video. And I'm going to ask him directly right now. Guy with the chop. If I had to guess, a Macy's near your house shut down and you found out that fucking dummies and dolls at the Macy's were actually only about $10 per. And you bought up 10 or 15 of them because you have a YouTube channel. How close am I? He got a child so he could shoot children. Let me get... How about... I'll posit this. Macy's and JCPenney's have been going out of business, and you bought leftover mannequins from a Macy's or a JCPenney's. Maybe a Kmart. How close am I? Because that's not a fucking Target dummy. That is absolutely a fucking mannequin. How close am I? And if I'm fucking wrong, I'm wrong. But if I had to guess...
after like $3,000, but you will absolutely get that back on the AdSense. Okay. I guess this is the IDF training facility that they're shooting this video at. Bro. This is the IDF training facility, bro. That's gotta be it, man. Hello, I am from Israel. I love guns from Israel, and this is my gun to bell.
Playing the hits.
Of course, we do not have adult targets. We only have the.
Oh, is an old
Hamas
CPR dummy?
terrorist targets.
Maybe.
But yeah, bro, look, that's what a 30-06 does to a brain, okay, to a head. FBI Director Kash Patel has also seen your concerns. He's heard your concerns. As the director of the FBI, I am committed to ensuring the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination is thorough and exhaustive, pursuing every lead to its conclusion. The full weight of America's law enforcement agencies are actively following the evidence that has emerged, but our efforts extend beyond the initial findings. We are examining every facet of this assassination. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession, and related conversations, Discord chats, the angle of the shot and the bullet impact, how the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination. This is an implication that his security team might have been on it. That is a crazy thing for the FBI director to lean into, by the way. Oh my God. Podcasts have been.
What? How the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination. That's not his people were in on it at all. That's not even remote. That's just saying if the people that were anywhere near him, of which there were hundreds in a crowd. I don't know if this is there were hundreds of people in a crowd. If any of them were giving on the ground information about stuff, i.e., some sort of target confirmation, seeing if he did have a vest, seeing if they did have counter snipers that maybe the person couldn't see, seeing if there's any information that was down on the ground. Yeah, you could maybe do like a hand signal. No one in their right mind would ever do that in the modern era because we have like text messages. You know what I mean? And like walkie-talkies and stuff. I would more suspect somebody would be like just sending tone on a walkie-talkie to indicate like go fire or no fire than I would see somebody fucking whoo. We did notice somebody was doing the American whooping crane noise shortly before the fire. Like, oh, okay. Hassan went immediately like, now he's saying that his security guards were in on it. I can tell you that wasn't true. There's nothing his security guards could have ever done to protect him other than buy a bulletproof fucking glass window to sit in front of his ass. He was cooked the second somebody decided to take a shot at him and had the fucking ability to hit it. He's done. There's nothing that standing around in fucking wraparound shades in a fucking polo shirt with a mean look on your face can do against bullets. Not a dead ass. Dead ass. Bro, guys were wearing full fucking Sappy 5, whatever the fuck we had. The advanced Sappies. Full fucking side plate carriers, helmet, strapped up, rolling around with fucking 12 dudes with gats and fucking Overwatch. And we could still get clipped by fucking like one saucy fucking Iraqi dude. One saucy visiting Chechen with a fucking dream and a good angle from 200 yards. You can still get clipped. Like, you can't do anything about it. It's a fucking rifle. You can shoot moose to death with it. They're fucking moose, bro. You fucking like, we're disregarding that you can kill an animal that's like 50 times the weight of a normal person with one of these fucking things if you just got an angle in a dream. Like, there's nothing they could have ever done. There's nothing they needed to do to help a shot get on. Like, that's insanity.
Crazy thing for the FBI director to lean into, by the way. Oh my God, podcast administration. I can't believe it. This guy never stops posting. He doesn't realize that when you are not a fucking podcaster, but instead the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have additional obligations. When you actually come out and state that you were actually there at the scene of the crime immediately and that you were
so
actually
sad it was a fucking CPR at all.
Like
don't tag that guy anymore. Now I'll be embarrassed.
He doesn't realize that actually taints the investigation, and a competent defense attorney could basically strike some of that evidence that they compiled from the court case. The way they can do that is because you have admitted that you are a biased investigator. You are supposed to either recuse yourself or not talk about your personal relationship with the victim. I need you guys to understand. I know that a court system is like kind of cooked, but they did this with Luigi as well.
Sappy 5. Sappy is small arms penetrator insert. Penetration insert. It's a ceramic plate that you put inside your body armor, either under or over the Kevlar in little pouches. There were standardized Sappies on my first deployment that were this thick, and then they fucking upgraded us to the fucking I think it's Sappies, enhanced small arms penetrator insert. So like they're fucking heavy as shit, man. It's basically walking around with some dinner plates.
There was a tremendous amount of influencing that took place prior to the actual court case. You can't do that. I don't know why these fucking morons keep doing stuff like this. They just keep getting ahead of themselves. You cannot taint the jury pool by demonstrating your bias ahead of time in the way that they did in the Luigi Mangione case. And that's part of the reason why I think like the defense team for Luigi Mangione is able to like strike some of the charges like they did with the terrorism charge. Like you are, I don't think that it'll be a mistrial, even though if it wasn't such a high profile case, it probably could be a mistrial. You could probably push for that. Obviously Luigi Mangione, it's not gonna fucking happen. But even then, Kash Patel coming out and being like, the victim was my personal best friend and I was there touching the evidence. When you say that, any competent defense team is gonna look at that and be like, do you hear this? Your Honor, the official investigator at the scene of the...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Was the chain of evidence broken? And will the judge care? They ask for stuff like this all the time. You will not see most... I've covered a bunch of fucking murder trials. I sat in one. Lawyers will always do everything. It's called mounting a competent defense. You exhaust every possible angle and you say this stuff all the time, which has the dual purpose of, or the dual effect of sometimes working, but rarely. And most of the time a judge going, I'll allow it. Like whatever. Like we're very anti-defense in this country. So if you get accused of something, it's hard for you to get it washed or scrubbed. I mean, just look at making a murderer. Just like literally tampered with evidence in there, regardless of whether or not the guy did it. And it's a whole fucking thing, right? If the investigative authorities who are the actual investigators, even if Kash Patel is an investigator on it or is called like a head investigator, he's not going to be the guy. He's not the guy. They're not going to ask Kash Patel to go in there and fucking testify for anything other than like brownie points. There's going to be some special agent in charge of the crime scene, whoever's there, and that guy's going to be heading an investigative team. More than likely, they've probably fucking taken care of everything that they need to take care of from the get. And even if other evidence is trampled on or shit on, whatever, and it gets expunged, the most important evidence is going to be the gun, the bullet, the dead body, and the guy texting people saying he did it, if those text messages are real. That's all that matters. There is not a fucking thing about Kash Patel being a fucking self-insert dipshit that is going to sway a jury or a fucking judge, for that matter, into declaring a mistrial over a high-profile political assassination because, like, they knew each other. Like, he's not... I wouldn't even think that's... I don't even think that's a reasonable, like... I can't. I don't even really. I really don't understand what Hassan's getting at in this case. I might be misunderstanding him or what he's trying to get at. He might just be reasoning for anything. But like for you to really have an effect, you have to show that the effect happened, right? If you want like some sort of relief for that, you have to show that like Kash Patel pursued this kid because he knew the kid, right? Like I'm gonna blame it on him or something like that. And that Kash Patel's interference had such an extraordinary effect, it changed the investigation to a result that could not have been achieved otherwise. Like, him just being a fucking moron near the investigation is not enough to throw stuff out. Trust me. If one idiot being corrupt and or a moron near an investigation would get it thrown out of courts in America, we wouldn't have anyone in jail. Even the guilty people or the innocent people. It would be everybody would be out. I don't know what the fuck Hassan is talking about, as a matter of fact. I maybe I'm just misinterpreting what he said, but no. What the fuck did Kash Patel do? Did he go and like pick the fucking rifle up and pose with it or something? Like he would have to like pick the rifle up, rub all of his fingers over it, and then tell everyone to like leave for an hour and then come back. And or he would have had to have like found the rifle on his own and touched it. Do you know what I mean? Like it would like you have to do some pretty extreme stuff to break the chain of evidence in a way that people are gonna go like, wow, that's completely different. Like did he go up there and just sort of like pissing where the guy was? Like he like went and broke into the kid's house and was just like shaking out like combs and stuff over the like what the fuck? Like I don't understand what you think is going to change about this. Like you have to cover nothing. Extraordinary things have to happen for people to declare mistrials. Like they can't happen over next to nothing, but usually that next to nothing is still pretty like extraordinary in context. Whereas in this case, if Kash Patel wasn't in the fucking state when the investigation was going on, he was just talking shit, a judge is not going to give a fuck about that. They're going to say, Your Honor, I believe the jury pool is tainted, because they always say that every time. Every defense attorney tries to get the fucking place. They try to get the fucking venue moved. They say that the coverage has been negative. They say that they can't get a fair trial. They want this, that, and the other, prevented from being discussed. That happens every fucking time. And it's never granted. Almost never. To the point where when I was in Williston, the one guy who he did. He successfully lobbied for a change of venue in a capital murder case. That was a bigger fucking story than him even murdering somebody, because people were pissed they couldn't be biased to the case anymore. They're like, no, it should be us. Because honestly, like, if you kill somebody in a town, everyone's going to go like, oh, you're the fucking murderer, right? You can't get away from it. It's kind of like fucking impossible. You would always have to take people out of wherever they're getting tried or never talk about it, which is what other countries do. To varying degrees of effect, but like, just to think that it's actually going to have any effect on the case is just like insane.
The crime has admitted that he is personally a close friend to the victim. How could you possibly use this as evidence? How am I supposed to assume that this is a fair investigation done by competent people? And hasn't stopped. He has not stopped. He has to be the main guy involved in this, because I feel like he senses that his job is on the line now. He feels a sense of imminent threat coming from a lot of right-wingers, because these guys don't actually care about doing a meticulous investigation, but instead they care more about ass covering. Instead, this is like the most podcast adjacent administration. So he's basically behaving like a podcaster, not realizing that you're not a podcaster. You're the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, my man. So he's still doing this. He's like, oh, we're looking at all of the angles. Hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of the assassination, and visitors of the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and days leading up to September 10th, 2025. Some details are known today, while others are still being pursued to ensure every possibility is considered. Our primary focus is to complete the investigation, deliver justice, protect the integrity of the investigation and subsequent prosecution. We cannot release every piece of information we have to the public right now. We will ensure every question is addressed at the appropriate moment. Regarding specific details such as questions about the plane that allegedly turned off his transponder after departing from an airport near the assassination site, we can share updates when the answers are confirmed. After interviews with the pilot in consultation with the FAA, we determined that the transponder was not turned off. Incomplete flight data in rural areas caused the apparent gap. I called this, by the way. I do believe this part. The entire FBI mourns the loss of Charlie Kirk. We will not rest until justice is served, and our investigation into this assassination will continue until every question is answered.
There was nothing. That is a bog standard press release. I don't know. I think Hassan doesn't have anything to say about this stuff, because he's, not even a jack of no trades and a master of none. I didn't even hear about the plane transponder thing, so that was probably just some internet-based bullshit. This is a pretty basic press release. This is actually pretty informative. Actually, they're talking about anything at all. Usually the FBI is like, we'll let you know when we're done. If you ever looked at FBI investigations, which I recently just did last week, looking into the fucking Oklahoma City bombings, they're dense. They run down everything, because they put together airtight cases and they have the money, funding, and wherewithal to do it. That's what they're known for. The FBI is hyper aggressive when it comes to investigation, unless something goes wrong or weird. And something like this, they're going to have, my top guys are on it. Because they're not going to fucking risk pissing off Donald Trump by coming up anything short of a fucking headshot pun with this investigation. So when they say this, they're saying like, we're literally looking into every possible thing that happened at all. So anything anyone has even the remotest amount of like suggestion, we're going to double check. This is just reassuring people that like, if you've had a concern about our investigation, be assured we've heard it and we're looking into it. This is actually kind of a good thing to do in a general sense. Are you supporting the Trump administration? I'm supporting good press releases. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, we heard that. We're checking into it. These are all the things we've been asked about in the last week. We're going to go ahead and look into it. Like, oh my God, they're fucking looking into things? What are they? A Bureau of an Investigation at the federal level? Like, what the fuck is wrong with Hassan? You're fucking stupid as fuck. Would you think they're going to go to church? Do you think they're going to go to court and be like, oh yeah, no, we never looked into that. People were saying something and we just were like, fuck it. We just didn't look into that. We were just like, nah, we didn't double check.
I have a lot of plane autists that I went to when I heard the private jet thing. They told me, including Austin, and numerous other plane autists that I went to, that said the ADB thing is like there's dead zones all around rural parts of the country, and that the flight radar is always incomplete regardless. So I will say, though, if you actually cared about Charlie Kirk, if you truly were like saddened by Charlie Kirk's untimely demise, you would do everything in your power to shut the fuck up and do a competent investigation. But instead, everyone is chirping. Instead, everyone is just like constantly talking. They can't stop. This is the only thing they know how to do. And it turns out the best possible thing you could have expected in this moment was having a bunch of right-wingers who are also closely associated with Charlie Kirk come out and be first to market and start hammering conspiracy narratives that actually ruined the messaging discipline that was supposed to come from the administration. This was supposed to be the Trantifa assassination, but Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and numerous other right-wingers had different plans. They immediately ran with the Israel did this, 100p. It was definitely Israel narratives, and it totally cooked, totally botched the singular message that the admin wanted to put out there, especially in this new information environment where people clearly care more about misinformation than they care about like critical thinking, critical examination, trying to uncover what the truth is. We have arrived at this shit show where,
I mean, I don't know. That's the pot calling the kettle black. That's the pot calling the kettle a slur. Fucking Hassan is not a researcher of anything. He does not double check shit. He does not apologize. He just makes mistakes and fucking slanders people and continues on. He's out of his fucking mind. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, literally, this is just gibberish. I don't know if it's like an inter-community thing where they're just like, it's like a self-suck type deal where they're just, they're in their own fucking heads. The FBI has more people working at it than the FBI Twitter. I don't know how to explain that in a more simplistic way, but the FBI is first and foremost a non-political agency. I know it's not to you, but like it is. It's not even supposed to be perceived as a political agency. It is a federal bureau of investigation for the federal government via the people of America. Regardless of how you feel about them, they do have to maintain operating capacity regardless of who wins the next election. This is always, they're very shrewd operators in that respect. Also, they can't lie like a fucking county sheriff department of a county of like 50 people. So they're not going to just make stuff up. They can't. They literally can't do it. They get caught every time and they get in a bunch of trouble. And then 99 point all of the nines, they don't. The problems that you can think of with them where you're like, what about this with the FBI, are like, they're so rare that you know about them. You know, what about the ones I don't know about? Well, when you find them out, then you know an unknown and I'll give a shit. They have to report actual things that happened. They're not in charge of a narrative. Like, it's crazy that you're saying like, wow, these other guys are on a narrative, but you don't seem like you're there. You're just reporting on facts. You're just, your Twitter seems to be responding with a planned statement that is answering the questions and concerns of the most notable voices that are raising issues with this investigation. You're just saying things like you're still looking into a murder where there's thousands of people, literally thousands of people involved in a pretty isolated and remote area with a lot of personalities attached to it, where a major political figure was shot to death by a very good shot from one random kid maybe, and you just haven't released everything already, and you're also tweeting. It's like, it's that guy that's running the fucking Twitter account is not processing the crime scene. The guy or gal who is interviewing their 300th person from the internet today that they had to go and call and be like, hey, you said Charlie Kirk was going to die on September 10th, 2025. In 2016, you said this on a Twitter account that we connected to you via your Steam. Please don't be afraid. Please don't hang up. Yes, my name is Agent Jessica Smith. I work out of the San Antonio Bureau of the Federal Investigation. We would like to come by and ask you some questions. This is in regard to the Charlie Kirk murder. You are aware, yes. Now, It is strange that you tweeted that he would die on this day 8 years ago. Did you have any foreknowledge of his death? No. Do you still have access to that Twitter account? You do? Okay. You have access to these other Twitter accounts as well. They don't seem to be much different in their posting. Where were you on the day of the 10th and in the weeks leading up? Do you know Tyler Robinson? Have you ever met Mr. Kirk? Do you know this? Okay, thank you very much. Because the FBI is going to have to run down somebody that, like, made a lucky guess, you know, on, like, he was going to die that day. There's going to be people who are like, I hope Charlie Kirk, when he comes to Utah, I hope someone fucking does the right thing about him. They're going to have to go to that person's house and be like, hey, I see you don't have legs. And a spotty internet connection. You don't like Charlie Kirk. Did you have any foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's impending assassination, or do you have any conversations with anybody regarding this activity? Have you ever purchased these caliber rounds? Do you own firearms? Do you travel here and there? Where were you for the last couple weeks? Do you know anyone? Those people are out there doing that. They're not also like, oh, fuck, I forgot to tweet. Dude, is Kyra Ratchik talking about ice bullets? Let me fuck. You know, like, they got people doing all kinds. It is a massive investigation. It's so fucking big to think that, like, oh, man, Cash Patel is just sitting on his ass tweeting. That's actually what he's supposed to do. That's actually his real job. That is he's the face of the organization. What he's doing is taking in criticisms, concerns, and questions and answering them. This is the only time I've seen them do this effectively. It's actually kind of fucking refreshing that they answered anything at all. Because most of the time, the FBI is like, we're not talking to you. And then you maybe, like, lose track of talking to them. And then 3 months later, they're like, hi, we are releasing, for public disclosure, a release about our findings and a 275-page report on this. We are going to be trying Mr. blah, 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 blah in federal court on Tuesday. He's going to be pursued by special aid, like, prosecutors. Like, what the fuck? Where did you guys come? I forgot this happened. Did you get him? Like, they just arrest a guy and then all of a sudden everyone's in trial. Like, okay, fuck, what the hell? Like, yeah, you're going to have to get your $45 a fucking month Pacer account to look all this shit up. Like, okay, what the fuck is happening? Well, I completely forgot she made it out of the Hollander politics and is saying weird things about American, too. Who fucking hide her, chick? She started.
Conservatives overall are very malleable. Confirmation bias above all. It's not even just that. I'm telling you, these guys unironically would rather believe, like, fake news than any sort of, like, critical information that any sort of critical examination of, like, real information. They are more susceptible. I think that's part of the
I don't think they are. They are not. We've got to drop this line of talking. There is nothing about conservatives that is more susceptible to misinformation than anyone else. And that's the kicker. I know his audience loves to hear this, but Hassan's audience is more susceptible to misinformation and propaganda than a lot of Republicans I know. Hardcore Trump Republicans I know personally that I am related to are less susceptible to bullshit than your average Hassan viewer by far. You guys just ate that Wired story up and you're furious that I didn't agree with it because you like the people that reported on it. There are no, like, reported facts. It's just vibes-based reporting and rote insinuation, just you know, it came to me in a dream type shit. And you guys eat that up all the time. Y'all are so fucking deceivable, but also distant from power that you come off like fucking wackadoo losers all the time. You are not better than conservatives. You are not. I don't care about you're like, I'm morally superior. Your superior morals, while you cannot access the truth or the power to change the truth as conservatives do, makes you lower on the totem pole than them. Like, you are stupid fucking people. Hassan fans are very stupid. I'm sorry to fucking break that to you, but you guys will, like, come to me with shit and you clearly haven't ever looked into it, but it's like a core of belief of yours. like, dude, just raw, bone deep. I want to break out examples away from the David Pakman thing, but they're, like, in my fucking head. Like, I can't, like, I don't know if you know this, but David Pakman said he didn't even know how to pronounce IPAC. Clearly, he's on the take. Like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? Are you, what? You are the same people. There is nothing about you genetically, geographically or spiritually different 99% of the time than these people that you fucking hate. You're the same fucking people. You just got fucked over by the system, so you have a different take on things. That's what it comes off as so fucking often. I cannot take having people like Hassan and Vosh say that conservatives are somehow easier to dupe than people that think giving Hassan money is going to stop a genocide. It's the same picture. Like literally that is what people are fucking like freaked out about when they look in. They're like, you leftists are no different than the right. And you're like, I don't know if you know this, but I do good things and they do bad things. You talk to the people on the right and they're like, I don't know if you know this about us, but I do good things and they do bad things. Can any of you prove anything? No. We live based on vibe and assumption. I exist in a day-to-day state of pursuit of vengeance and smug satisfaction in confirmation bias. The entire tanky sphere just literally has been talking about how happy they are that they exist in a perpetual state of confirmation bias. There's a Cavernacle tweet where it's like, so I guess being a communist is just finding out things happen and that you were right about them from the start and then going, I was right. And then doing nothing to change it. It's like you just exist for confirmation bias. That's what that means. If you're like, oh yeah, I just go about and I'm just constantly proven right about things, even though I'm actually not, but I take great satisfaction in being a clock that's a broken clock that's right twice a day. Like, what do you want me to fucking applaud? What do you want me to fucking applaud for? It's absolutely Groiper wish casting, if not untrue.
They immediately believed when liberals rushed to be first to market and claimed that this guy was definitely MAGA. They low-key believed it, and then they got mad that they believed it, and then they started pushing back. Like, nobody wanted to just do what I do every single time when things like this happen, where you go, let's just sit and wait. Let's wait for more information.
What was that it?
Say that. Does Alex Jones not know how to read?
That
He was saying the statement below goes on to say that Charlie was Superman, and that's why the bullet didn't go through his neck and disappeared, claiming that
Yeah, I don't know. That was terrible. That is a terrible. He got 306,000 views for that. If you really think about it, nothing was discussed. We learned nothing about anything from that. He doesn't know anything about the bullets. He just watched random guys shoot things from unknown distances and go like, well, that's what it is. And then just say like, yeah, man, fucking conservatives just take facts and just feel like they just live on confirmation bias, which I know because I just saw them and I've had my biases confirmed. It's like a vicious cycle. Absolutely useless. Why in the fuck people think that he's like got his finger on the pulse of anything is crazy to me. Like, it's just nuts. I don't care. I can't stop you because you're fucking idiots. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're in the cult of a moron. You're in a moron's cult, and it's a deeply shameful thing. If you're just like, I just like to hear his voice because it's like comfort pilled, okay, that's fine. But if you're like, I learned from Hassan, that is deeply upsetting. That's a sketchy fucking existence to live. It's so weird. How can a guy know so little about anything? I don't think I've ever heard him have any expertise on any subject. Even the shit he's supposed to be a demon on. Like Israel-Palestine is his bread and butter. And like, your average Hasbara guy knows more about it than him. Like, how is he that pissed about fucking Israel and Palestine and like refuses to learn anything about it deeper than like 10 or 15 facts you can pick up from like the 6th fucking Bad Empanada video that came out about it that year? It's crazy. Like, he's not an expert in anything is nuts. Like in anything. No passions, no hobbies, no fucking extra knowledge. None of the things that he's recognized for he's the best at, or even like in like a unique position to be good at. He's literally just accidentally famous. He's a Kardashian. No. He's a fucking Osborne of the fucking social media sphere. That's it. It's Meet the Osborns. Oh. Is there something new from Medicare? Apparently. Let's go hop into the next one. Mr. Medicare is Schrodinger's cat on the internet. Schrodinger's Medicare is absolutely the case. Mr. Medicare was a guy who was funny if you had free time online 12 years ago. I think the last time I was really watching Medicare was in college. I was shocked that people knew about him. And even that he was still around. Medicare's a guy with the 4 out of 5 star hat. He started off as like a fucking arrogant centristy 4chaner type back when 4chan was like not as fucking lame as it is today. And I guess slowly progressed into being like a right-wing political dude. When I was watching him back in the day, obviously he had like anti-lefty positions, but it was also in the middle of the Obama administration, and there were a lot of really irritating, performative, lefty fake fucks online. It was the BuzzFeed era. And he ate good in there. But I do remember all the time he was like anti-political stance. He was a very Gen Xer, like too cool to care type vibe. And then I stopped watching his stuff because he got kicked off of like every fucking platform during, I think, the first adpocalypse or something. And he, as a human being, doesn't matter, because while it is kind of fun to watch him roast people, it's not like he had anything valuable to say. Passing forward into the internet and finding out people have such a deep degree of respect for Medicare that they like base their life on him is crazy to me. Also, I think his real name is Jim O'Shaughnessy. Or Augustine. I don't know if that's true or not. Tell me. But I'm waiting. This is the key to time code in for the privacy complaint. More importantly, and this is the real heart of the segment, Medicare was ostensibly apolitical when I was watching his stuff forever ago. Well over a decade. And since then, he has become very political, possibly. He also has been afflicted with some sort of advanced and unplaceable bonitis. He is a bonitis American. He has pudding bone disease and bonitis. It has been killing him since the end of the Obama administration. Medicare has been taking donations and selling hats. Buy a hat for your hat. Buy your hat a hat. Over and over again, right? And I've been hearing about Medicare fucking dying for too long. It's time. He needs to die. If he's alive, please, Medicare, go into the light. The world never really needed you. Jimmy. And I think maybe he is dead. It's really impossible to pin down. There are 100% a number of AI Medicare channels online, a lot of which don't stay up long or which you kind of come across because most of his content is a faceless voice on the internet. And to that extent, I should open this up or I'll just save that time code 1224. I'll remember that. To that point, I think that maybe Medicare died. I'm not even saying this lightly. I think Medicare died and somebody purchased the rights to Medicare's corpse or took it over from like Medicare's wife or something and is just making dog shit, unfunny, hyper right-wing political Medicare content. And if they're not, then Medicare has just become so cringe, it's time for him to neck. There is no in-between. Medicare hasn't made anything of value since he debated Nick Fuentes. When was that? 4 years ago? 5? 10? Who knows? I know he was hanging out with fucking Destiny during the boogie thing, maybe as a cancer expert, but it's kind of hard to pin down. This is a video from Purity Sin Gaming. I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe that's a Medicare thing. Medicare.myshopify.com with Squarespace, Wix grade fucking printful shop is what this is. And you can buy the 4-star hats. Everybody's selling the 4-star hats. I'm about to start selling 4-star hats just so that I can get in on the ground floor. This is the main statement. I'm just going to play this so that I can bounce around a little bit. I think this is the main one. This was all in response to Medicare or to Charlie Kirk's death and Medicare apparently getting choked up. And this is something I don't think he would have ever posted back in the day. But he is maybe a boomer. Fuck me, man. That better reload where I had it. Dude, YouTube Shorts is so fucking ass. Oh my God. I just scrolled down to see it. And they're like, hey, why don't we fucking send it somewhere completely different?
As somebody who's
There we go. Always do this.
worked up over the events, this did affect me quite a bit. You know, when I got sick 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer and autoimmune diseases. As time progressed, it got worse. I've had multiple heart attacks, multiple strokes, rib fractures, back fractures, burst fractures in my spine. Something that had crippled me to the point where it took 13 months to be able to walk again.
I gotta say, I don't believe it. I want to say this, Medicare, if you're watching, I demand you post wheelchair or get faux. I want to see the surgical scars. It's time. Medicare, you have to prove it to me. Wheelchair or get faux, surgical scars or get faux. How many strokes can one man have and be able to operate at all? Are the strokes making you cringe? Did you stroke out and become like a lame fucking Sargon of Akkad knockoff, right? Remember when you were cool? Remember before you were gay? Like, how do you have glass bonitis, advanced glass bonitis and cancer and autoimmune disease, and you're also e-begging? Like, this is the person that Medicare would have made fun of, unironically, in like 2011. Like, okay, so you're online again. Hold on. Is there something that sounds like a shitty fucking headset? Hold on. Is this it? So you're telling me, so you're going to tell me that you've been taking donations because you've been dying for 4 years now? I'm pretty sure if something else doesn't die that long, we just go and put them down. So let me get this straight. 3 strokes, 4 heart attacks, and then 16 McCrispies and a large drink. What kind of fast food order of dying is this? I demand that Medicare post chair, post wheelchair, post iron lung, or get faux. Because this is fake. This is loser shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. For the last 10 years, I have been transitioning permanently into my new life as a sickly, polio-addled Victorian child. I have crooked throatitis and a bad case of advanced witherbone. I have maligned spleen and hooker's eye. I have worms of the follicle, and I've had at least 2 documented cases of barrel tooth. Like, what the fuck? Post wheelchair or get faux. I don't want to see any documents. I want to see you at the hospital in your stupid 4-star hat, and I want to see you withered and shivering in your little fucking stool, or you're not real. I want to see the pain and shame of your fucking diminished existence for which you beg money on the internet. You hog. You fucking lowly slut. You e-begging fucking YouTube whore who doesn't even have his own fucking channel anymore. I'm so disgusted by this variant of Medicare, or this Medicare skinwalker, that I'm actually irritated enough to go to his fucking house in Minnesota and just start photographing whatever the fuck leaks in and out of the doors of that place to ensure that it's actually happening. If I go up there, I better see a fucking like human slug with a series of fucking like arms and shit looping in and out of your front door with a stupid fucking 4-star hat on, or it's all bullshit. What in the fuck is this? I've had 10 strokes, 30 heart attacks. I know that I'm exaggerating. 1 stroke usually does it. That's usually it. The second stroke is crazy. We're on the 3rd stroke, 4th heart attack. I've got exploding spine. My ribs have burst. All of my arms are now tentacles. I have turned into tentacle arms. Fuck is this? And the only thing that got me through it is the power of Jesus Christ. Fucking goddamn, it's so lame. It's so fucking lame. It's so fucking lame. Can I get some donos in chat? I don't want to get a real job. Medicare over here. Hey, can I put on the cool voice for you guys? Hey, I'm going to need another $400 worth of hats to move out of here because I've got to pay the guy that comes over to fuck my wife or he's going to slap me around my bedroom again for crying when my wrist explodes while I'm trying to crack one out to this new Silk Song game. Hey, I need to give another $10 to Nick DiOrio of all people. Nick DiOrio needs 10 of my dollars from my little fucking cancer chair. I've been dying of bonitis for half a decade, but I need $10 to give to Nick DiOrio. He's posting pictures of Bo Blacks in a dress with his warty cock out, and I just really want to really support that kind of content. You know, the things that Mr. Medicare is known for. Giving money away to fat guys on the internet so that I can look at pictures of guys in a dress with their dick out. Yeah, I'm Medicare, Mr. Medicare, the cool guy. You remember the cool guy from the Kumite? Do you guys remember Bloodsports and calling Sargon of Akkad gay? Do you remember how cool it was when I said the N-word? Oh my God, how dope was that? Yeah, all my heckin' cool peeps. It's not Reddit at all for me to sit at home all day e-begging while I sell hats to a bunch of fucking maladjusted 32-year-olds. I need that money so that I can make $15 donations to a fat fuck from Boston. He's going to be sharing pictures of some guy's cock in a dress, and I really just want everyone to know that that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Have I told you about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Have I told you about how my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who I found through compassionate mercy while I was trying to be delivered from the ills of my existence, I came to Jesus Christ through Charlie Kirk, Charles James Kirk, a right-wing creator who is nothing like all of the other ones I used to rag on. No, he's actually super based. He's heckin' red-pilled. He's really epic. Really fucking epic. I mean, dude, if I could just share like 6 or 7 soy jacks to just show how cool this guy was, that would really do it. I mean, I know I used to put out fucking funny as shit stuff and go on like deep dives into the internet, but nowadays what I mostly do is just explode silently in a chair somewhere in Minneapolis while another guy that I pay fucks my wife, and then I give all the rest of my money away to a fat fuck from Boston so I can see pictures of a dude's dick. You know, just normal heckin' epic things. Really cool Medicare stuff. All the guys on the internet think I'm fucking dope, right? I said the N-word back in like 2013 before it was cool. Anita Sarkeesian, yeah, I said she was gay first. Pretty fucking dope, right? Mr. Medicare, hey, buy a hat for your hat. Fucking lame as fuck, bro. Unironically, maximum cringe. Dude, I don't know, like, I guess maybe he doesn't have, am I actually being, oh shit. Was I being fucking inconsiderate? Was I being insensitive? Medicare, do you not have enough bones left to neck it? Did your wife, while you're listening to your wife fucking get fucking creamed out on a fucking, on the good bed in the clean room while you sit in some fucking Silent Hill 2-esque hospital room, did she just prop you up in your bed with your with some fucking liquefied nuggies and a straw and you just have the headset on? Do you not have enough bones yet so that you can kind of crawl over to the lampshade and finally fucking tie that old fucking noose knot to set yourself free? Are you stuck? I bet funny if you actually see the real Medicare looks like Sloth from Seven. This dude's been getting fucking nightshade poisoned by the same chick for forever. His bones are dust. He's a tuberculoid fucking lunger from like 1910. He's just sitting there. Yeah, through the power of Jesus Christ and $10 donos to fat boy Nick DiOrio, I finally ascended to my final form. An e-begging fucking internet whore propped up by the fucking misaddled dreams of a bunch of degen fucking 30-year-olds without girlfriends. I finally achieved it, guys. I've become maximum cringe. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm in palliative care through my network of health providers, which is difficult to get in. You have to get in by committee. They have to review your medical forms and see if you fit.
They need to throw you off a bridge for the sake of your eternal soul. Who's the committee looking at this? What do you do for work? I get online. I call Sargon of Akkad the white N-word. I talk about Terry Davis. He had the cancer. He got the cancer. I talk about all kinds of neat stuff on the internet. I can't say exactly what. $20 donos, $20 dono to Nick DiOrio. Holy shit, look at the warts on that thing. I'm never going to get over that.
Is there a limited amount of slots? But even looking at mine, they said that hospice was on its way and death was around the corner. I
When?
am sick. I am horribly sick and in agony every day of my life. But even facing that, as somebody who grew up in a Lutheran household whose grandfather was a Lutheran minister,
God.
I still didn't turn to God. It wasn't something, even death didn't make me turn to God. I was apatheistic. Somebody who was disinterested, who felt that it didn't apply to me, that whatever my fate was going to be, it was going to be. But Charlie Kirk's death has had more of an effect on me than I can reckon with. Not just me, but my wife.
Oh! Is that what's up? Oh my God, he's been buck broken. No, that's not what you call it. What is it? It's a cuck. Buck broken is when you rape a slave. Jesus Christ. Cucked. He's been cucked. Did he lose his cuck? His bull? Charlie Kirk, was that your bull? Did you get wheeled in to a TPUSA in a shroud and Charlie Kirk looked at your wife? He's like, I will impregnate your wife for you. Don't, you gotta fucking cut that bitch loose. Fucking waiting for this rotten hunk of meat to die in the other room. Dude, Medicre's wife lives in Silent Hill too. This fucking thing has been dying in the other room. Talking to fucking internet Nazis and giving donos to Nick DiOrio to talk about Bo Black's dick for years. We gotta send another 10 hats out. Some guy named N-word Hitler N-word. He bought 10 hats. He lives in Worcester, Massachusetts. Oh yeah, babe. Thank you for filling that out. I can't move. Thank you for filling out the box delivery. Okay, we got another hat. This one's going to Fuentes Cornholer. He's in Chicago. That actually might be Nick's address. Oh yeah, that's him. I promised him we'd hang out again, but I can't get out there. That's not true. Medicare hates Nick. You don't even know the lore. Dude, it's all fake. Oh my God. Stop crying and get dying. Come on, buddy.
They talk about the concept of martyrdom, about the blood of martyrs and what that inspires in people.
What the fuck? Is he sucking a dick while he's doing? What is that? What are these mouth noises? Medicare, blink twice if your wife's boyfriend's in the room with you right now. What the fuck is happening? This reminds me of the blood of martyrs. Fucking how you get a horse with a fucking feed bag on next to you? Is he really in the iron lung? Is this just he's the fucking iron lung is here. He's got to have the mic right against his mouth. When the fucking like big old poof mics, remember those? The wraparound poof ended mics, like you're flying a fucking Cessna that they used to sell for the internet back in the day. What in the fuck? Could you imagine not just dying and becoming this fucking lame? I hope this is fake. I hope beyond hope that this is fake because this is so lame. I would sooner die. Dude, if I get that sick and I'm going to crack out, I'm not going to get, there's no one I would think of online like that. There's no YouTuber I would get online like, oh yeah, some YouTuber got shot. Let me tell you about the blood of martyrs. Dude, oh my God, it's the Rick and Morty crying and praying to God and the one fucking the continuity train.
Help me find God.
This is not real. This is maybe the best troll ever. No way.
I want to be a man like him.
I mean, Let's be honest. You're on your way. You could get there sooner if you tried. What the fuck? There's no way this is real. Oh my god.
I want to aspire to that.
Oh my god. Oh, I haven't even watched all that. I watched like 2 seconds of it before I was getting ready to put it up. There's no way that's real. There absolutely cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. There has to be people impersonating him because no one can become that fucking cringe. Like, there's people who are way more cringe than when they started, but that is such a sea change of existence. It is insane, dude. So it came from this, I think.
Welcome to the stream, chat. You know, it's a bit of a somber mood with this one. So, let's start it off right. Charlie Kirk was a good man. I am not. I don't think many of us are, to be honest with you. Personal, private, professional, finding a good balance between all of them, giving it an honest effort in what you're doing and who you are and how you present yourself, makes for a great slogan on a t-shirt, but it's very difficult to actually walk the walk. In life, we come across tragedy and misery quite often. And because we're decent, because we're human, we express ourselves empathetically to others that are undergoing a hardship. We give them a cordial greeting. We say we're sorry. We shed a tear, even if it's somebody that we don't personally know. So
That is, you are Mr. Medicare. That has never happened. What is this fucking Mr. Rogers shit from Jim Medicare, bro?
somebody that we've worked with or associated with, somebody that was a neighbor.
There's absolutely no way this is real.
Cousin,
this has to be
complete
fake.
Utter stranger, which Charlie Kirk is to me. I don't know Charlie Kirk. I've never associated with Charlie Kirk. Hell, years ago, I made fun of Charlie Kirk. But I can tell you that his death has had an impact. You know, I didn't even get emotional when I talked about dying. I'm going to be fucked up on this stream. I'll tell you that already. There's something about what happened to him that's unnatural. It feels surreal. It's just a man who went to a college campus because he's enthusiastic about getting people involved with politics, about getting people interested in voting and taking back their destiny, about seeing his country has fallen off the path that it should be progressing upon, and trying his best to right that. He went to college.
Okay, this is all. The thing is just this fucking back screen, so I'm just gonna turn it off. If you can just listen to my face.
Campuses to engage students of all different political affiliations, whether they were right-wing or left-wing or independent, with the hopes of sparking conversation, of breaking them out of the propaganda-derived narrative that they've been living under, that this country's been
These goddamn fucking hats are $40, dude. Without, that's not even, I don't even think that's including delivery. Brutal Americanism. Boo. Is it even yours? Sweetie Scott Swan? I don't even know any of this shit. 24-hour ops, can-shaped glass. $30? Bro, he has to be dead. He has to be dead. And people are just making money off of him. There is no other way.
With these students to try to liberate them, not just their mind, but their souls as well. And he was shot for that. He was killed in front of his family, in front of his wife, and in front of his children, by a man who did so because he was a sexual degenerate, because he liked to fuck other men in their ass when they were dressed as a husky, because he was so polluted and perverted and vile and vicious, so tainted by a corrupt ideology, by the dictates of groups that preach communism, that preach anti-capitalism, that are anti-freedom, that are anti-association, that seek to weaponize shame and use it to justify their lifestyles while trying to destroy yours. That man was the antithesis of what Charlie Kirk was. He was anathema to what he...
Has anybody ever managed to destroy Mr. Medicare's lifestyle? What is this? Can we just... I think I'm done with all this bellyache and shit. It's fucking lame. It comes off as just fucking navel-gazing. And I'll be... let me rewind the clock halfway. Because, you know, I made changes in my life in the last decade or so. So I'm not going to just raw call you the F-slur. But I want you to know I would have. I would have listened to 10 seconds of this in 2009 and said, what is with this crybaby slur? And I would have just turned it off because you are just this is the gayest shit I've ever heard in my life. This is cringe. 2009. I'm talking to another time traveler from a time gone by, okay? I'm sorry some people have to hear this, but I mean, the guy's going to be dead soon, and then there's going to be no reason to ever say it again. This is gay as fuck and lame and cringe by every standard imaginable from this era. Like this is just the wackest shit I've ever heard in my life. What in the fuck is wrong with you? But like more to the point, what fucking lifestyle is being pushed on you? Having strokes and getting paid to do nothing? Like, when's the last time you had a fucking job, Medicare? If you're even alive, when was the last time you had a job? You get online and you say slurs and do funny videos about fat girls with red hair having fucking mental breakdowns at a fucking like Ben Shapiro fucking get together. Like, that's it. That was your entire fucking existence. What in the fuck has any liberal done to stop it? Any leftist done to cut it out? Hey, what, you got your fucking channel demonetized? Fucking YouTube's run by conservatives. They fucking own this shit. They're just like, you're worth less money than everybody else's, but you still get to sell your hats. You know what I mean? What in the fuck has happened to you? What did like, oh fuck, dude, Jesus Christ. Somebody transitioned and fucking like he's having a stroke out. Fucking Medicare was just going about his day and he just saw you looked over like, oh, hey, congratulations on your top surgery. He just goes like, fucking hits the ground. Hey, I demand, by the way, I like authenticity in my fucking stroke victims. Medicare, if you're listening to this, Jimmy, I need you to slur more, all right? I want to hear the aphasia. I want to hear the aphasia through the fucking headphones, okay? We're running out of people to do this with, but this is like what it used to be. Come on, hey, can you stroke out a little closer to the mic? I want to hear the fucking wheelchair. Where's the squeaking? What is this crybaby shit? You can only cry on the internet because all these fucking softy fucking trans kids and LGBT motherfuckers, like, cleaned us out. Like, otherwise it would still just be slurs and then you would be dying and everybody would be making fun of you for dying because it's funny that you're dying because people don't like you. You're a fucking internet guy. You're an e-begging internet prostitute. Like, you're a fucking whore on the internet who says funny words for people to pay them, right? I am too. We're the same fucking thing. But you used to make fun of that. That used to be cringe. Remember getting paid on the internet was cringe, right? And now I got you up here like, I'm coming closer to God because of Charlie Kirk. Now that I've come close to death by dying for 17 fucking years, by passing slowly but surely into the grave because my body is racked by all of the ills of most other inbred dogs. like, is your snout not big enough for you to breathe? Like, I feel like when I see Medicare now, he's gonna be like some shriveled up fucking like a chihuahua. You know what I mean? Where the fucking underbite comes up all the way over the front of the nose. He looks like a fucking, like a drawing of a dog in Courage. What in the fuck is this? What is this shit? Who is affecting you? Who is it? I'm just worried for the youth. Who, bro? Like, do you have kids? Can you even nut? Is your fucking wife's boyfriend's kids gonna be affected by this? What in the fuck is happening with you? It's just a series of slurs and incoming and outgoing boxes of hats. I still say to this day, the worst thing that I ever found out since I started streaming was that Medicare was alive and cringe. So fucking disappointing, man. And I gotta say, dude, it's time to go. I'm telling you this fucking man to man. As a person who was born in 87, cut it out. That feeling you're getting is the world not needing you. If there's palliative care being given to somebody, that could be given to anyone, is wasted on a Mr. Medicare. Skip straight to hospice or do the world a better fucking service by just cutting it the fuck out, okay? Get cyberbullied, pussy. Have your friends and family and friends or fans come over here and defend you for me. Because whatever the fuck this cringe shit is, I'm going to eat you alive. Fucking goddamn it. That's it. I think I got to wrap it up. This is disappointing. Medicare, it's time. Just cut it out. And by it, I mean having a tomorrow. What in the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you persist in existing in this cringe state? What the fuck? Thanks to the death of Charlie Kirk, I've finally realized my position in Christ. As I approach death and the fear creeps into me, I've tried to rediscover my Lutheran heritage, and I've rediscovered the value of kindness in this world. Also, these fucking transes are gonna fucking ruin America. Dude, you either die Mr. Medicare or you live long enough to become a Sargon of Akkad fanboy. Not even the man himself. Medicare, do you subscribe to fucking Lotus Eaters now, right? Are you throwing donos to Paul Joseph Watson or some shit? Bro, it's done. Medicare's over. That shit is so fucking cringe. That's painfully fucking weak sauce. Oh my, dunzo. What do they call it? The soy right. The soy right is rising. Jesus fucking Christ. I stand for nothing but the fact that trans people being able to say I'm a Nazi online is the biggest threat to my life. Back in the day, you used to be able to say KYS to a trans, and now they'll say mean things back, and you might die. We're so dedicated to our way of life, they're destroying it by simply existing. If I say, why 40% to a trans, and they say, I hope you get kirked, the tears I cry, when they fall, does anybody see? And I say, maybe your wife's boyfriend. Maybe your palliative care nurse. Oh, but otherwise, no. Done. Segment over. God damn, that's fucking painfully fucking cringe. And this doesn't even work. Stupid thing. But that's pretty much the end of the fucking show. God damn. How somebody needed so much medical care, not like a Luigi-style radical. What is this conservative flim-flam? I get you just, he's bitch to the core. Or he's faking it. I mean, the only answers are he's either faking it for money because he's just a callous operator. Who cares? He's not even real and is already dead, and somebody's just using an AI voice changer to make money off of his legacy. Very possible. It could be his wife. That would be the funniest fucking possible ending. Would be that Medicare died and his wife is just Medicare voice changing to keep the money coming in. She's just getting fucking beat in fucking half by the new guy. Just fucking all fucking day. He's been fucking dusting a box for fucking years now. And she's getting clapped up in the fucking back room. And then every night she's like, ah, shit, hold on. I gotta go fucking go put on the voice changer and make us some money real quick. Wait there, cutie. I'm gonna go put on my Medicare voice and go get online and call some people slurs. She comes back. They bought 500 hats. Best possible thing. What the fuck did I do to my hand? I got bit by something. I got a fucking bug bite in the middle of my hand. It looks fucking gnarly. What the hell? God, that would be perfect. Oh God, I'm not gonna be live tomorrow. No one's gonna see me tomorrow. I've got to work on stuff. Actually, I'm going out of town tomorrow, so fucking yeah, I'm doing shit. But I'll probably be working on things for the rest of the week. Working on other stuff. I got a bunch of plans for October, so streams are going to be more sporadic indefinitely. This will be the live channel, but it's going to be like if I have something interesting to talk about. Probably no more scheduled streams because I want to work on videos. I got plans, so look forward to that. Well, that's it. Thanks everybody who came out. Thanks everybody who donated. Did I catch every dono? I don't think I got that many. Oh yeah, I got the 2. The Bunny Fund, thank you, Roger Blue Sky. Thank you, Michael Solik for $10. Thank you, VOD Gang for 20 months. Based. Have a good stream. Thank you, Roger Blue Sky. Thank you, Zod, VOD Gang, 16 months. Thank you, Tomonomicon, VOD Gang, 18 months. Double with the $20, talking about guns. All right, folks, I'm out of here. You've been watching Westside Tyler Life, and I have life. Join the Discord if you want to continue any of this stuff. Join VOD Gang today. Video on demand gang. Don't forget the VODs are in a different playlist. You can go watch them pretty much anytime. Might actually start up the VOD channel soonish. I don't know. Well, that's it, folks. You've been watching Westside Tyler Live. I have been Westside Tyler Bell. I hope you enjoyed your time. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there.